We're going to call to order the council meeting of October 30th. Folks, please come to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I have an announcement to make before we start the meeting. On Thursday, November 1st, Republic Services or Consolidated Disposal Service is holding a job fair Thursday, November 1st at the Inglewood City Hall Community Room, and they're interviewing on the spot for the following positions: for drivers, accountants, operations supervisors, spotters, scale clerks, sales representatives, and mechanics. Please bring copies of your resume, and driver candidates should bring a copy of their H6. And you can review all the jobs that are available at www.republicservices.com/careers. You're welcome, sir. Now, Mr. City Manager, are there a couple items to be pulled tonight?
Yes, there are. I'd like to request that the council pull item P1 and CC7.
P1 and CC7 are
Yeah.
pulled.
Okay, wait a minute. P1. And where?
Consent calendar?
Council consent.
CT or CC?
No, I think he's in the consent calendar.
Consent calendar.
Oh,
Yeah.
consent calendar says.
Yeah. Okay. C7, okay.
All right. And did you have something you wanted to say before we open public comment?
Yes, Mayor. Last night there was a community meeting held in Councilmember Stevens' district, and I received a copy of an email. Oh, can you not hear me? Not very clear? Okay. Received a copy of an email that referenced some changes that have occurred in our sound installation program, which I think are inaccurate, and I just wanted to state for the public record the accuracy of what actually has occurred or what hasn't occurred with regard to our sound installation program. And we have a consultant that works for the city, Mr. Sidney Allen, that I'd like to ask to come up to correct some of the information, because I think a number of the people here tonight might be wanting to comment under public comment regarding this item that's on the agenda tonight.
Well, then why don't we wait till the agenda item?
Mr. Allen, come on.
Is there a reason why we're not waiting till the agenda item?
I was recommending that, Mayor, because a number of...
I accept your recommendation, Mr. Allen.
I have a question for the chair. Point of order.
Your point is?
Yes, I'd like to know from the city attorney with regard to process and procedure if staff can have a staff report prior to members of the body having members of the public speaking to an agenda item, since it's now been stated this is a discussion of an agenda item.
Well, I don't know that.
I'm asking the...
Well, no, actually, you have to address it to the chair.
No, actually, I'm asking the city attorney.
No, actually, Mr. City Attorney, if I'm correct, she has to address it to the chair. Is that correct? All right, so I'm pondering it.
You're pondering it.
You know, I think that this is just general information. I don't think that this is part of the agenda item, but Mr.
Well,
City-
actually,
but-
the city manager said it was the agenda item. I'm only repeating what he said. And if it is the agenda item, then I do not believe it's appropriate under the Brown Act to allow a staff report to be given prior to members of the public having an opportunity to speak to that.
Actually, I think what he's addressing is a communication that went out to a broad base of the community. He's going to address that communication and not the agenda item. So I'll let him do it. Mr. Allen, go ahead.
I'd like an opinion from the city attorney, please, with
I-
all due respect to the mayor.
I'll second that.
It's appropriate for the, if the city attorney agrees, that's fine, we'll move forward.
Well, actually, no, it won't go to the city attorney unless I move it to him, but Mr. City Attorney.
It's a legal question,
Miss-
Mr. Mayor. This is a legal question.
It doesn't matter if it's a legal question or not. The chair will decide unless overruled by the body whether or not it goes to the city attorney. But Mr. Saunders, you can give me your opinion.
In an abundance of caution, I would recommend that the mayor let the public speak first.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, any persons present wishing to address the city council on any item on the agenda may do so at this time, with the exception of closed consent calendar item 7 and P1. Anyone that wants to come forward, oh, please, we have a. Could we just come on the line up, folks?
Gil Matthew, District 4, Mayor and City Council. I'm glad you're allowing us to speak, since we do have freedom of speech. But see, this indicates what's wrong with Inglewood. You see, you have to leave that police mentality at the door when you come into a council meeting. It doesn't work. You can't make the law and give the orders, okay? That's what's wrong with America now. Some people think they can do that. All right, I'm speaking on the payment of the bills. Now, you gave $89,000 to Red Flex. I no longer see it on the payment of bills. I'd like to know, did you pay it? Mr. City Attorney or Mr. City Administrator? And here again, something is wrong with this council, and we're going to correct it. Now, payment of the bills. You have the Department of Animal Control. You're paying $68,000, $68,136. Animal control does not exist in Inglewood. You don't collect possums, you don't collect dogs, you don't do nothing. What are you paying it for? And then you had the audacity to pay it with less money from the last budget. You didn't have the money, now you're going to roll it over to this year. Now how are you going to post that? See, it's errors in posting in the city. Something is wrong financially, and it has to be corrected. Now you have a retrofit for the police department. $216,812 to retrofit a holding cell. Now, what's the source of those funds? Then you have payment of the bills, paying tuition for Riverside. Who is authorized to take classes and have their money refunded that work for the city? Now, on the residential sound installation. This is what's happening in Inglewood. You're trying to silence the people. You can shake your head. You've been shaking it since you got here. You're trying to silence the people, and it's not working. People have a right to have their opinion, whatever it is, and you have a right not to pay attention to it. But don't control the people. You cannot do it, okay? In the Middle East, they find it out you can't control the people. It's not going to happen. And you can't control puppets. You see?
Thank you,
and you
Mr.
have
Matthew.
two singing the song with you.
Thank you, Mr. Matthew.
And it's going to change.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Alfonso Parker, Jr. I'm a Vietnam vet, conscious objector at that, sent to Vietnam and I'm alive today. You don't understand what I'm saying, but it's a powerful statement. The next thing is this here on the agenda. On the soundproofing, I have a question because it was discussed thoroughly previously. I don't have the exact time, but we all know it was. Now you have it listed again. In the order that you show this time Now, is this a new order of sequence based on that conversation, or is it the same sequence that was spoken on when it was initially brought up? Because if it's new, why are we at the bottom again with other things above us, which means that if there's any money left, we just might get what we asked for the first time. So is this the same sequence when it was originally presented to the public, or is this a new sequence that was set up after and discussed, and now you're showing it to us again? And if that's the case, we at the bottom again. Anyway, now on the ambulance service, C1 limited commercials, I think you need to look at that again, because right now in the paper last week or the week before, they are revamping this whole system across the city of ambulances being right next door to people's homes, because they're in the wrong place. They cannot cross that line to help them, and they got to get somebody way out. And by the time, and a woman actually died because of this here, because in the ambulance. Right. So for you to deal with this issue now, not knowing what the overall redesign, the concept is going to be, I think is a waste of time at this time. And I think you really need to get on board and see what the overall view concept is going to be before you attack the issue as it relates to Inglewood City. And then the endeavor. Good job, man. Push it. I want to see it. Okay? We need some positive in Inglewood that's up front.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mayor Butts and all of the members of City Council. I am Annie Webb, the wife of Alfonso Webb. We live at 8624 South 12th Avenue in Inglewood. And I'm here because back over 5 years ago, I called the Department of Airports, and I'm speaking regarding DR2. I called the Department of Airports because I often suffer from migraine headaches. And I complained about the large 747s and the DC-9s and all of the others flying right over the top of my house. And I was told that Inglewood had received a grant and that the people who were directly in the flight path would be served first. We went to meetings. We've had people from the sound abatement office come out, measure our windows and what have you. And we were told that we were going to have our house sound abated last March. We are still waiting. We still have not heard anything definitive. When I call the city sound abatement office, I get the runaround. I get to talk to everybody except people that I believe know what the answers are. So I'm very concerned about what procedures you're following, who's the oversight people of this, because I know that if we are continually going to be omitted, we need to go to a higher level and see, is the money being disseminated on an equal basis, or what is the problem? At one time, I thought maybe my house had too many windows. And I looked around, and there are plenty of homes in Inglewood that are two-story with a lot of windows. So I would personally like to know if we are going to be served, and if not, then what recourses do we have? Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Folks, please, no clapping, no booing. We're just having a business meeting. So I appreciate the enthusiasm, but let's not clap. Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good evening. I'm Ann Cheek-LaRose, and I am chair of the Arts Commission. I want to invite everyone to Inglewood Artists Open Studios the weekend of 11 and 12. There are postcards outside. But yes, it was not on the calendar, but it sort of plays into consent calendar number 5, which is the recommendation that we approve the agreement with Helen Lessick, Public Art Consulting Services. The Commission is in unanimous agreement that this would be a wonderful thing for Inglewood. It would help us do our job a great deal better, because Helen has expertise that none of us sitting on the Commission has. So I hope that you will look favorably on consent calendar number 5 and approve it. The other thing is, I want to say I was in council the night that Councilman Stevens suggested renaming Crenshaw Drive Endeavor Drive, Endeavor Way. I'm sorry, I don't remember exactly which it was. I thought it was a wonderful idea, and now that I've had time to think about it, I still think it's a great idea. So maybe we should just try to push that one forward. Thank you very much. Good evening.
Okay. Hearing no more public comment. Well, then please come forward.
Good evening, council members. I just read something that is very disturbing, but you know what? I hope the people who are gathered here tonight, who typically are not here, are able to see you as you normally function rather than on your best behavior. Because normal and invasion of the body snatcher nice guy isn't exactly the same. So let me go ahead and say that, first of all, with regard to DR1, I thought it was really interesting that we, the city, purchased a bunch of houses, spent a whole lot extra money to fix those houses, and now we're going to go ahead and turn around and sell them for, well, almost exactly what we paid for them. Somehow that tells me what I originally said when y'all thought about purchasing the houses is it isn't something y'all do well. That should be left to real estate moguls. And now you've proved it. So, once again, I told you so. With regard to the sound insulation program, it is always such an adventure that when I hear some of you speak, I know most of you have never gone to a LAWA meeting in your life. I know some of you have certainly not bothered to read notice of preparation, the environmental impact report, the responses to the environmental report, the settlement agreement, la-di-da-di-da-di-da-di-da. And yet some of you bothered to show up to someone else's meeting. You know, someone said it's Halloween. I remember when Garland Hardiman showed up as a vampire one meeting. We are living through shades of Garland Hardiman and Paul Eccles again, aren't we? Remember when he got the Black Hole Award because he didn't want information out to people? It's time to call Terry Frank again. I think we do need the news press so that the rest of the world does know how much information we do not want this public to know. You know, as I look also, because I do have 1 whole minute left, and by the way, for those who are not accustomed to these meetings, the most important thing for one and all to know that the most important thing to some of these council members is watching the clock. Because decisions that are made affecting our futures, our dollars, and every issue of our quality of life always take second, third, and last place compared to the tick-tock of the clock. What a shame. What an absolute shame. Because the whole purpose of having a business meeting is so that the people are informed and that they have their say, because it is their lives. They actually live here. They pay the taxes. And they're supposed to, in a democratic society, have an option of what gets said. Now watch. As the clock ticks, how much you want to bet someone has a hissy fit if I don't move right away?
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
My name is Walter Moore. I live at 10713 South 8th Place in Inglewood. I too was promised that my home would be sound insulated, and I'm not well aware of all the stipulations and the laws, but I do know that I hear the planes every night. I do know that they disturb me, and I do know that my house is within the path at the end of the block. Now, I'm just speaking for the layman people here. We want our homes insulated. The money, I don't know where it is or what happened to it. I hope we're not in the same situation as the city of Bell, but I'm hoping that our city council will take a look at us, the people in the community, and say, you deserve to have your homes insulated. We don't need no more fancy talk or no more rule changes. We want our homes insulated. Bottom line, can you answer what happened to the money, and will we get our homes insulated? That is it. Politics, We don't care about it. We want to know, can we get it done? Can you answer that tonight? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
My name is Terry Robinson. My address is 8805 6th Avenue. Now, many years ago, Mike came to my house and he explained to me about the insulation, and he and I walked together and looked at all the changes that were happening when they were tearing down homes, and he explained all about the insulation to me. I sat in on meetings about the insulation. Now, I have a flight path that actually goes over my house. I can tell if the planes are dirty. I can tell if the tires are low. And it's been going on for years and years and years. Now, I've been in the yellow square of the original plans where they're supposed to insulate my house. They have yet to do it. They fly so low over my house, the shuttle came over my house. Now, that was a proud moment, but my house shook, was extremely noisy, and that's why I knew it was coming, because of the noise. Now, I'm not just speaking for myself, I'm speaking for all my neighbors too, who have been waiting and waiting and waiting. Like I said, I'm on 6th Avenue, but you completely done, they're working on 8th Avenue right now, and from Manchester to 88th, that's completely been done. And we're still waiting, and we've been waiting 8 years? Impossible. It's just too long. Now, I know the money was there, and I know that once allocation of money comes, that is supposed to be used on the insulation, and then you work on getting more money to allocate more money out. But all of a sudden, it's just stopped. And some people have been waiting 6 years. I've been waiting longer than that. And I just want to know what's happening. Why is it not being done? Are you guys going to wait till I retire and just leave Inglewood after I've been in Inglewood 21 years? No, sir. It doesn't make sense. Seriously, it does not make sense. We really need some answers of what's going on and why is it taking so long. Thank you.
You're welcome.
My name is Willie A.G. I live in the beautiful city of Inglewood. I would like to speak in favor of consent calendar number 5. I'd like for the city to approve that, and also I want to speak on CI1, Council District 1, the endeavor, changing Crenshaw Drive into Endeavor Drive. I would like to know where the city is going to get the money from. If the city's got the money to have it changed, I would love to see it change. But we have streets here that need to be fixed, that's in bad shape, that need to be repaired. I think that should be our first priority. And CI2 has to do with Osage Senior Village. I don't think the city owns it. So why should the city invest $50,000 into it when they don't own it? This puzzles me. If the city owns it, then I need to know about it. I think it would help some of us if we just moved out of Inglewood for a while. Then we'll die to get back here. Absolutely. We got 5 people on this dais here that was elected by the people to do the job here in the city of Inglewood. They're responsible. They don't have to listen to the naysayers here. They are responsible. If the people back here, if they're not happy with the way they're running the city, then you got 2 people that's up for election in April. Get out there and run for office, get in office, and then you can do some of the things that you want to micromanage to do. As long as these people up here, and there's two that I dislike and don't support, but they were elected to do a job, and I expect them to do the job as long as they're sitting on this dais. Absolutely. And that's just the way it is. We're not supposed to, I've been here 48 years. I can't come in here and tell these people how, I can suggest stuff, but I can't tell them how to do.
Thank you, Mr. Agee. Folks, if we could come up closer to the mic. Sir, please go ahead, sir.
My name is Donald Charles. I live at 8th Avenue and 83rd Street. About 5 years ago, I inquired about the home insulation, and I was told that I was out of the corridor, so I wouldn't be getting the my home insulated. And so I tried to find out where is the corridor, and I tried to explain that the noise don't just stay in the corridor. You know, it goes out of the corridor too, not just over the landing pad. So usually when the planes are coming from the north, like San Francisco, they go downtown and make a turn, land on the north runway, and they're right over my house. So I don't know what corridor they're talking about or how wide is it. So if I'm not in the corridor, I don't know where I am then. Because it seems like to me the planes are landing, it's landing right over my house. So I would like to know the corridors. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Welcome, Wild Bill.
Hi, Inglewood family. I'm Wild Bill Widener, and I'm going to go through what I've gone through several times around here already anyway. My family moved here in 1951, and I moved with them. It means I didn't have any brothers or sisters, and we live at 314 South Eucalyptus right around the corner here. And my mom and dad both passed away waiting for the sound installation, and they've done the apartment building on the north side of us, 12 units. They just finished doing 2 duplexes to the south of us, and they've done the apartment buildings and houses to the rear of us, and it seems like there's a stall thing here somewhere. The house has gotten in bad condition waiting, and now when you got to fix the house up and all that, it's someone didn't have their priorities straight right from the start. As far as I'm concerned, someone has pissed some money away. Simple as that. Something's bad wrong in this city, or all these people should have had it done. I've been to some meetings at the airport and different places also, and it's been suggested that maybe the airport should be doing that instead of the city of Inglewood, because Westchester's got a group. They just had an election, yesterday or day before, they're getting their sound stuff done pretty good. And El Segundo, how come Inglewood's not? Something's wrong with the way it's done. We don't have enough contractors. Whatever it is, it needs to be done. And, here's plenty of proof right here besides me. And, I feel like I've been getting my fingers burnt, We've been paying taxes all these years and tried to do the things that are supposed to be done, as residents. Now, the city is not real friendly. Whenever I was a renter over there at Osage Senior Villas, and I was on a Section 8 voucher, and they raised my rent $220. That's against the federal standards. They never should have done it, and the city allowed it to happen. Then Mayor Dorn was here, and he allowed the city to co-sign all his BS that went with it. I talked to him, and he didn't resolve the situation. Nothing ever seems to get resolved in this city, and I cannot believe it, but it's the truth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Sharon Martin, and I live at 2805 West 84th Place. Like many people in this room, I'm here also to speak about the sound installation project. We had a line of people outside the police little substation on 7th Avenue in Manchester last night. I mean, a large group of people all there because they all have the same issue. So my question is, who decides whose house is insulated and whose house is not? Everybody in Inglewood, if not all, most people in Inglewood are all affected by the airplane noise, the soot, the dust, and everything else that comes with it. So how can they decide that one house will be insulated and not the next house? They came on my street and did 2 houses on a whole block. And I don't understand that. So my question is, who decides which houses and why not all houses? Everybody is affected by it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Davis.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Ray Davis, 2nd District. I'm not nearly as affected, my district, as far as noise is concerned. But oh, I'm so sorry. I'm not nearly as affected as these folks who live right under the flight path. But I can tell you, I can still hear noise, but the folks who spoke before me, they kind of like lend to what I'm about to say. It just comes down to the powers that be have concluded, and I'm not speaking about the powers that be here. I'm talking about the powers that be in Washington, that living underneath a flight path, real estate underneath a flight path, is just undesirable real estate. I hate to say it like that, but that's what I've been feeling as I've lived in Inglewood all these years. I moved down here in 1980, and folks, I don't know if you remember back that far. You think jets are noisy now. A 727 we nicknamed the Wailing Banshee. You could hear it from 10 miles away, and people still lived underneath the flight path here. But over the years, the engines have gotten, believe it or not, quieter. But it's still just, it's almost untenable, because more of them fly over now. They're building the jets bigger. I mean, have you seen that Airbus fly over your house? It would scare me to death if I was living underneath the flight path. So I don't know what the solution is to this. These folks have been waiting for years, and to hear Wild Bill tell us how they outlasted his parents. Looks like they're working on outlasting him. And maybe that's what the final solution is. I know that's a hard term to say, but maybe that's the final solution. Just last everybody. And then houses will get purchased by somebody else. They'll change the use specs on it, and who knows? I hate to sound negative, but that's what I'm feeling.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Good afternoon, Council. Chairman Butts. I'd like to speak on CI2. When I walked in, there was a member saying something about the Osage building, the $60,000, $50,000. That ADA must come into compliance. That's the state law. I just left from over there. They need a lot of help. But no one was against it when y'all took the $250,000 from them. No, it's not owned by the city. It's privately owned. But you took $250,000 and used it in the wrong way to put it in the general fund. And you could shake your head, do what you want to do, I care less. But I'm going to tell the truth. Also, this resident sound insulation. I want everyone to know one thing about this sound DR2. We have a person over this project since 2006. We haven't had any homes installed since 2007, but 33 homes in the whole 9 miles of Inglewood. And then there were apartments when they were supposed to be last. The biggest taxpayers are homeowners. Now, all of us been coming here, Chairman Butts and the council, Franklin, Morales, Stevens, Dunlap. We are sick and tired of coming here for the same thing when you got someone you know can't handle the job. Los Angeles Airport taking away $17 million. Now you're trying to get it back because he couldn't construct the job. Instead of getting rid of the person that can't do the job and replace them with someone that can do the job, so the real taxpayers that's paying you all salary could get their home insulated, we playing, oh, that's my homeboy, he gonna do what I say. I think we playing touch the pass the buck around with our money like this. It's not right. It's just not right. Now, all these people here about Osageville, and you know you have to be ADA. That's disabled. You know that. This place is not ADA. For 2 years, you've been getting away with it. You dropped the ceiling, play like that, had asbestos in it. Ain't no asbestos in there. Paid them $70,000. So when you all gonna stop taking our money? Stop it. And use our tax money in the right way. You had Endeavor to come in, you got $9 million, you threw that in the general fund. Nobody won't shop here because the tax is so high. We all go to LA, cover city. Why? Because of the chairmans and the councils. 1 wasn't here. 2 wasn't here. 3 was here though. And I know you can answer these questions for us. And I'm gonna just tell you the truth. Watch it on YouTube.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council staff. My name is Aldine Sly, and I've lived in Inglewood going on 49 years now. Rather than reprimand City Council and the government of Inglewood, I'd like to reprimand citizens of Inglewood, because if you don't come and stand up for what you want, the government's going to take advantage of you and not give you anything. That's what's happening in America now. We have to make our elected officials do what we want, because it's our tax dollars. We're the government, really. They're our representatives. We elected them to do what we want them to do. So elections are coming up. And I hope you make the right choices, because there's no going back. Once the whistle's blown, can't take it back. We do pay a lot of taxes. We should have immaculate streets. We should have our homes insulated, each and every home. I've been fighting with Councilman Stevens for, what, 10, almost 15 years now? My home's still not insulated. I went on bus rides. We went to Oxnard. We went everywhere. All those people's homes are insulated. So I don't know if it's a selective thing, if it's a retaliatory thing. I have no idea. But I know we're not going to receive anything until the citizens fill up this room the way they are this evening. And I've said that many, many times. You're only going to get what you insist on getting. Because the government, if they think you're not interested in your own best interest, they're not going to be interested in you. They're not. You have to make government do what you want it to do. Not government representatives, because we're the government.
And council, my name is Mary McAdam, and I live at 2916 West 84th Street, and there in Inglewood, and I've been there for 34 years. I'm retired government worker for Internal Revenue Service, 30 years. Now I'm disabled. I haven't had heat in my house about 5 years. Been burning electric heaters. And my electric bill is like $400 and some a month in the wintertime. I've came here many, many times and asked when would they insulate my home. And just 3 or 4 weeks ago, about 4, 5, 6, 7 trucks was all parked on my street in front of my house. They were measuring from 7th Avenue, and they stopped right at my house. I came to speak to the lady up here on, I don't know what floor it was, to explain my situation. She wouldn't even come out. She sent me a message and said, your house will be insulated before the winter. Well, from what I'm hearing from last night, which I went to the meeting, I didn't get all of it, but they said they're out of money. My house won't be insulated. So I want to know why.
What was your address again, ma'am? What was your address?
2916 West 84th Street, between 8th and 7th Avenue.
And your name again?
Mary McAdams.
Thank you, Mary. All right.
Good evening, Council. My name is Yolanda Davidson. I'm a 40-year resident of Inglewood. I was born at Centinela Hospital. I came here this evening for several reasons. I've never been to a city council meeting, and I wanted to see everything that happened here. I'm very excited about the councilman wanting to name Crenshaw Drive Endeavor Drive, because I live on Crenshaw Drive, so the Endeavor parked in front of my house. It was a wonderful experience, but I was very disturbed about all of our trees being cut down and not being told that they were going to be cut down. And then watching the space shuttle go through King Boulevard and seeing it make its way through trees that were much larger than our trees, it was very hurtful. I've been looking at those trees all my life. No one ever said sorry. No one tried to work it out, and that's offensive to me personally. I don't like the body language of the mayor. People have been talking. You've been looking like you don't care what they're saying. People do care about this community. Our city's turning into a laughingstock. People are talking about Inglewood like it's Compton. This is not Compton. This is a very reputable place to live, and it should be treated with respect. How can a woman stand here and say that she haven't had gas, heat in her house for 4 years? That's ridiculous. I don't know who her family is. I don't know her situation, but that's not acceptable. And for you guys to sit up here and have these people saying they've been waiting for 8 years, 10 years to get windows, I bet Mayor Dornhouse got windows. I bet the people who really wanted to get them got them. And that's not right. You guys just do something. Because I got a big mouth, and I know everybody in this city, and I can start making a whole bunch of noise at your city council meeting. I can fill this whole place up, and I'm not playing.
Good afternoon. My name is James Burke. I have not lived here no 48 years, and I will not live here 48 years. I come in here to talk about sound installation, but is the man from the airport here to talk about sound installation? If he gonna read the same thing off the papers that he read the last time, I got him walked out. Because he been reading that same paper. I came in '84, so for the last 15 years. Now, you wonder why you don't have sound insulation. Because you sued the airport. And when you sued the airport or the federal government, they said, well, we'll wait till all suits is over with. Now, I laid out there on that runway in Okinawa for 2 years. I know what jet planes sound like. I come here, y'all relax in y'all big seats, y'all get raises, you give yourself raises when we are going down the drain. Why don't we get together, forget about the airport? And that's what I did. I called me a company. We all got together, they did my windows, and I had already did my insulation before they got there, and I paid them, they left. Least you can do these old people and the one been here a long time a favor and insulate their house. They can't hear no way. I sit outside and I watch them go over and I be talking to them, I be listening to them, but I can't talk back, you know, they don't play that. And my wife said, what do you be saying? I said, I be telling them exactly what I want to tell them, wait for me. Now, I wish she'd leave here. I got 2 grandkids here in the school in LA. That's the only reason I'm staying here. Because I thought that you people could get together on something. All these people talk about is two people, Dunlap and Stevenson. Well, Dunlap and Stevenson must be doing something right. I don't hear nobody talking about Franklin and Elroy. You know, this is it, and they really don't talk about you, James. You know what I'm saying? So you got to do one thing. If you do it right, they'll talk about you. If you do it wrong, they don't want to say nothing, because they get angry. They want to fight. You know what I'm talking about? Now, look at me, man. I told you, I didn't vote for you. I told you that. But I told you I couldn't have the other guy. I thought you'd be just a tad better. And I felt good. You know what I'm saying? I know you can go and nod your head. I hope you ain't going to talk about the same thing tonight, are you? Yeah. If you are, I'm ready to go now. Because I got to go to work. And you say I can go? Okay, I'll take your word for it.
Viola Gardner, District 1, Mayor, Council members. I have been a member. I have been in Inglewood, a taxpayer for 51 years. That's a whole lot of tax money. I have a problem of a tree that's very serious. It belongs in, I guess, a Halloween movie or something. The roots are even growing over the curb. No one has seen anything like this. It's going to create tremendous plumbing problems. I have mentioned this many times before. As a matter of fact, I've been asking about this tree for 20 years. 20 years. Endeavor came in and you cut down 40 trees. But you can't cut down one tree for Miss Gardner. 40 trees, 44 or even more. You can't even come out to look at the tree. It's growing over the curb, the roots. No one's seen anything like this. A big bulge of root growing over a curb. 51 years of taxpayers' money. And then you have the audacity to change the rules so that Miss Gardner is supposed to pay for it. Oh, you do everything your way, to the punishment of community whose taxes you collect for your salary in supposedly the running of this country, community. Endeavor was something historical, but it's in a museum now. If people wanted to see it that badly, they could go to the museum. That's what museums are for. But you use all that money and cut down all those trees. But you can't cut down one tree. And I've been asking for 20 years for the tree to be cut down. I would like to have you come take a look. You'd see something you've never seen before. But I'm sure you don't want to see it because you don't want to do anything.
What's your address, Ms. Gardner? Ms. Gardner, your address?
I'm going to repeat it again. 9426 4th Avenue.
Thank you.
I'm between Arborvitae and Hardy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Council, Lynette Lewis. Lord, I tell you, we need to really deal with this sound installation. We need to find out where the corridors are, because I don't know if I'm not in the corridors. We are, the airport, the runways are longer, and they're coming over my house too. So I just want to know, we need to really deal with the sound installation situation. But I also want to speak on item number 7 regarding the solid waste rate schedule.
That was pulled.
Okay, y'all pulled it. That's what I came out here to talk about.
I'm sorry, but maybe next time.
You mean I got to find something else to talk about? Okay, well, let me say this. Is that I'm so glad that these people are here tonight to really find out what is going on with this. And just to tell you that they did do one house, and my girlfriend waited 11 years, and so she just finally got hers fixed. At 11 years, her husband died waiting on her sound installation to be put in her house. And there are several other people have passed because they've been waiting for this sound installation to come through this city. The money was allocated. I don't know what happened to it. And I want to know one other thing in terms of having one person dealing with this, staff that's dealing with this sound installation. Seems to me that you guys should be putting together some type of committee to work on this, because apparently it is just a little bit more than this person can handle. And I think that the community need to have some kind of citizen committee that would be able to work closely with this person so that they can be able to get some kind of relief or some information on that. And it's terrible when a staff person in which you pay that will send a messenger out there to tell you that your house is going to be, they don't have time to talk to you. Because I'm telling you, people are very, very concerned about this council. They don't like what's going on up here. Okay.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Darlene Paris. I am at 8331 South 3rd Avenue. I don't have anything on the 40-year residence here. I've been here 7 years. Really enjoyed my home. However, is insulation abatement project. If you all don't know, here's an interesting tidbit. When I was looking for a home in Inglewood, finally found one, my realtor said, "Great, did you know that your home falls within the sound insulation," and told me all about what this program was about. I thought, awesome. So every year, since then, 7 years ago, I've been calling every year. And every year I hear, I'm on the list. I'm on the list. Great. 11, 12, 15, 30 years, people waiting. Do I really want to stay in Inglewood? Waiting? Doesn't seem to make much sense. It reminds me of the last time I spoke here, several months ago, when the topic was water rate increase. And I said, you know, when I came to this city, I was asked to give a deposit for water utility. And every year, I call and I ask, when will I see that money back? I've been paying on time, no problems, no short pay, no late pay. Where's the money? And when will I get it back? It was told to me when I move out of Inglewood. Suppose I'm here for 40 years, just supposing. I'll die, and my money is still going to be in Inglewood. How about my heirs getting that? It just is indicative of what is seemingly going on with this city, or going wrong with this city. I'm very distressed. I'm hoping you guys can figure it out. I'd like to stay, but my money's green, and I'm young. Got lots of time to make more, and I could spend it anywhere.
Okay, close public comment, item 1, CSA 2 and H1.
Move allow payment.
Second.
Mayor, there still was a lady that wanted to speak.
Oh, is there? Ma'am, do you want to speak? Please come forward.
My name is Leah Crawford. I live on 84th Street. There are many, many times that you guys have called a meeting. We've come to the meeting, and I'm hearing the same thing. I echo the statements of the young lady who just spoke. 12 years ago, they advised sound installation. You get on the list, showed us, came down to City Hall, showed us windows, doors, handles. It's going to look like, going to be beautiful. It's going to be wonderful. 2012, meeting last night. We were going to find out information, when and where. You put the notices on the porches, on the steps, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I get up Sunday, I see this notice. Why not mail it? Something as important as that should have been mailed. Second of all, you should, that meeting last night, you know everyone who's been waiting 10, 12, 15 years is going to show up. Why hold it at the location you held it at to have the fire marshals come in? You've got too many people. People standing, waiting outside. You have the facilities within this city to house any and every resident who wanted to come to hear about the sound installation. Now, we're here tonight. I've heard nothing that seen nothing that says my street is within this core boundaries, within the new boundaries, within anything to tell me that you are going to do my sound. Now, I understand from a neighbor talk, you're going to do the street, you're going to do the left hand of the street. Now, how is the plane going to know not to come over my side of the street? Okay? I cannot carry on a conversation without saying, hold on, the plane's coming. Okay. Now, if I'm sitting in my house, I'm paying money for, I should not have to tell someone long distance across the street, anywhere. You can be standing outside speaking with your neighbor, talking about this very same thing. Airplane comes over. And don't let it be summer. Don't let it be the flight plan. All day, all night. Cracks in the walls? Yes, no? Cracks on the pavement? Yes, no? Cracks everywhere. But I read last night, and I didn't bring it with me because I was coming from work, 24 million, 31 million, 36 million. We did not speak up, we being the city of Inglewood, to some type of meeting we were supposed to go to, and we did not re-sign up for these funds. How can that be? Ma'am. I want to know. Tell me first, foremost, is my street within this core? Okay. And if it's not, come sit on my porch with me.
Okay, what's your address, ma'am?
Okay?
What's your address, ma'am?
2617 West 84th Street.
And what's your name,
And
ma'am?
my name is Shalia Crawford.
Thank you, Ms. Crawford.
And I've been in the city of Inglewood since 1994, and I want to know tonight if and when you're going to do it.
Ms. Crawford.
And if you're not, I want to know why.
Ms. Crawford, it's time. Thank you.
Time?
Your time's up. We're going to have a presentation right after we finish public comment.
Okay.
Okay?
You have my name?
Yes, I do.
You have my address?
I do.
Okay.
I do.
All right. Thank you.
Frank, District 4. I can tell you what part of the problem is. It takes 3 votes up here to get anything done. And 2 of those votes need to go. The other thing is that I don't live in the corridor. But I tell you what, on a winter night when it's raining and the wind changes, them planes come so close to your house, it vibrates you almost out of the bed. So no, I'm not in the corridor. But I'm learning. I've been coming here a long, long time. And the problem is that we got folks here not doing anything. We paying for something, we not getting our money's worth. And District 4, District 3, you've been here too long.
And have not yet. I have called, have told me, we'll call you. I haven't heard from them yet. They have installation, and it stopped. Planes come over my house, and it rattles. Please get our homes in.
Thank you.
My name is Maria Sanchez. I've been an Inglewood resident for 30 years. I purchased a home in the Avenues about 5 years ago, and the same story. When I got my house, I was informed that my windows would be done. Waited a couple years, came to the city, asked about it. They explained the phases. 3 years went by. I came back, inquired about it. Well, I was on phase 10. They were working on phase 2. When I inquired again, they were already on phase 12, but I was never contacted or a letter sent or anything. Now, my only concern or question is, where is the money gone? If it's going to be done, I really don't care if my house is done or not, because I can get 2 jobs and get my windows done or do it myself. But when I do take that action, I don't want the inspectors coming by and asking me for my permits, and why then I pay the permits to change my own windows. Thank you.
Your name is?
Maria A. Sanchez, and I'm at 8800 South 7th Avenue.
Okay, we close public comment. Item 1, CSA 2 and H1.
Warrant register, payment of the bills.
Second, Madam City Clerk.
Excuse me. Morales, did you were?
Yeah.
Thank you.
We did that earlier.
Mayor, a member of the public asked for explanation on a couple of the items. I'm going to assume Mr. Fields looked into that so he can respond. There was a member of the public early on with regard to public comments asked about a couple of checks. I was assuming that you have the information so you can respond.
An $89,000 payment to Red.
Right. Well, I don't know. They actually asked several questions.
Okay. No, that was all I heard. Yeah. But anyway.
Councilmember Stevens.
The item again, Madam City Clerk?
Payment of the bills.
No.
Dunlap? No. Morales?
Aye.
Franklin?
Aye.
Mayor
Allow payment of the bills is aye.
Yes. Mayor Butts?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move up DR2, the report on DR2, since we have so many people here, and this is something that really deserves a thorough discussion and a thorough vetting and a thorough attempt to help the public understand the history of this program, its financing, and where we are today, because you definitely do deserve answers. And all the answers aren't pretty, but they are what they are. And so, Mr. City Manager, could you start the report?
Yes, Mayor and City Council, thank you very much. As an introduction, before we start the staff report tonight, I'd like to call Mr. Sidney Allen, our consultant that's been working for the city for almost a year now regarding our sound installation program, to come up and address a couple of the items that were raised last night at the town hall meeting that was supposed to occur. In that meeting, there was an email sent to a lot of the residents who might be here tonight stating that there were some policy modifications that will allow areas not previously eligible to be sound insulated to now be insulated. And I'd like for Mr. Sidney Allen to address that issue, so just to clarify for the public.
Mayor, just once again, a point of order. I would like to know how much time you're going to allow each member of this body to speak on these varieties of discussions that are going to be taking place. Apparently, our consultant is going to speak to one issue. I'm going to assume, that's why I'm inquiring, if you're going to allow members of the body to respond to the report that he's making, as well as these other reports, so we can clearly discuss them for the public's in the public interest.
Actually, what we're going to do is, we're going to let him speak. We're going to wrap him into the totality of the report. You'll have your 5 minutes, just as we always do. And if it bears more exploration, we'll have more. But we're going to spend plenty of time, so don't worry about
Okay,
it.
well, actually,
but
no,
actually, right now,
you've just said we only have 5 minutes, and all due respect, Mayor, I really believe it's in the public interest. This gentleman is speaking on one particular matter that's of very high level of interest to the people who've come to see us this evening. If members of this body wish to respond or speak to what he's presenting, I think that is a separate issue from the items that are clearly on the agenda. So I would appreciate it, Mayor, if you would permit that.
Well, I hope you'd appreciate this. The reality is this involves the totality of the funding for the program. He's going to address the specific inference that certain discretionary funds could be spent outside the program, and that's all that is being addressed right now, and that's my
Well,
ruling.
point of order,
That's-
Mr. Mayor.
And that's what I
Mr.
believe
Fields
members of the
just
body
stated-
should be able to
See, we're
speak to.
wasting a lot of time.
Mr. Fields just stated that he will be addressing a email that was sent out, and so I thought we might take each item individually, and if we can address the email, because if you could read perhaps the email, I believe it's my email, perhaps it was sent out by Mr. Canton, as well as the letter that was delivered on everyone's doorstep. If you could read the letter itself, and then we could discuss the letter, Mr. Allen could address the issues of the letter, then I could then respond, since I wrote the letter.
I'll tell you what we're going to do. Let's just do the staff report, and then we'll have him cover that as an ancillary measure if it isn't covered within the staff report.
Well, my
So
experience
let's-
has been that has not
so-
always been equal time, sir.
I'm sorry, sir, but we'll go ahead with the staff report.
Yes, I'd like to present Michael Calzada to present the staff report. You want to do it from there? Or you want to do it here? You just stay sitting.
Mr. Calzada.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Michael Calzada. I'm the Residential Sound Installation Director. Since June 2008, I've been in this capacity. I was a former planner that I actually produced the original aircraft noise mitigation plan in the early 1990s. We've been employing the contours from 1992. The contours from the early 2000s was adopted by LAX under their master plan, and those two contours set the priorities for noisiest first, and we've been employing those policies this whole time that the program's been in effect. Tonight we're talking about the funding that was set aside, if you will, in the settlement agreement that was adopted in 2006 to the tune of $10 million. We've produced 58 retroactive installed HVAC systems of a total of 103 that we originally identified that were previously done in the pilot programs. We've attempted several times to get more than the 58 to apply and be willing to have us come and install the HVAC system. There's possibility of 1 or 2 more that we can possibly do. The cost of these installations are estimated to be between $12,000 and $15,000. Our original estimate was on the order of $11,000. So we applied for $1.133 million to do this. We expect to have in excess of $9 million of the remaining to actually take 2 of the recommended actions tonight. I'm proposing to move ahead to the calendar year 2014, if you will, by identifying the use of the discretionary funds in 2 separate actions. The first being $4 million of the $9 million to use as a match for future FAA funding. This would allow us to leverage the $4 million to a total of $20 million, given that the FAA provides $4 for every $1 of LAWA funds. This will set the stage after the receipt of the FAA appropriation this year to complete projects through the year 2014. These would be properties that we have in either the bid queue or that have yet to be invited. There remains 820 homes that we've not yet invited. There are a number of bid groups that have yet to be awarded contracts. We have a number of bid groups that have not yet gone out to bid. in the next month, we'll be providing you the opportunity to award up to 5 separate contracts for construction through 2013. We're on schedule to complete on the order of 4,500 units with the completion of these five contracts. We've nearly doubled our accomplishments over the last 4.5 years than the previous 15 years of the program. We've made sure that we've addressed the priorities, and the priorities are set by applications that we've received, the date of the invitation, and the response from the applicant. The second action we're proposing today would be to make use of $5 million of the $9 million to fund 100% of LAWA properties. These two may be found within the contours, but would not be eligible for receipt of matching FAA dollars. So on all total, the $9 million would provide us upwards of $25 million given future funding opportunities. Now, this is on the heels of us working most tirelessly this last year to catch up on delinquent grant reports, to make applications, and there's been a coordinated effort to make sure that we're complying with the requirements of the Los Angeles World Airports. We're working to respond to their questions and hope to gain their good graces again so that we're able to apply for funding that was promised us during the settlement agreement. Now, this discretionary funds are subject to your request to the airport under the settlement, and with their support, they would concur with our application to the FAA in accordance with the settlement agreement. So we have had applications on an annual basis to the FAA on the order of $20 million. That funding is uncertain and uneven. We've averaged less than $12 million a year. This year we're fortunate to have $15 million. That will go towards the funding of those two of the contracts that we're going to be bringing forward in the next 2 months. So I'm not certain what funding there will be going forward. Federal appropriations are at best uncertain. The LAWA appropriations require FAA concurrence and their continued approval of LAWA's operations as well. The third action is related to the priority of making the single-family homes our utmost concern and our first priority. There have been discussions about that earlier this year, and this would be our first opportunity to get an official request into the airport with your approval of that action to make the single-family homeowners first priority over multifamily. There are some 600 single-family homeowners that are both eligible for a limited amount of FAA dollars, but they're principally 100% LAWA properties. So if it takes our site department, over $20 million to produce 600 homes, the $25 million that this action will take will substantially complete the single-family homes in the future. There are over, I guess mentioned before, many bid groups that have yet to be done. The work that we have in the bid queue right now with future funding from the FAA and LAWA will take us a good 2 years at current funding levels to complete. And I would be happy to answer any further questions you may have.
Okay, I'll start. Mr. Calzada, your report is fine, but here's what people want to understand. How many people here have had their houses put into design, but they haven't had the work done? Or is there anybody here that fits that criteria? Okay, so how is it that people have had to wait 5, 6, 7 years to get their homes done? And please be brief, to get their houses done. Why does that happen?
In 2007, there was a commitment to make design's a priority. We had 4 design firms hired, and over 2,000 homes were designed,
Okay,
but we did not have funding for them.
So was that an error because it overloaded our capacity to do construction?
Yes, sir.
Okay, secondly, explain, when I came in office, I asked for an audit to be done of the program, and we discovered that we had timed out on a total of $27 million in LAWA funds because we had not submitted our audits. Why did that happen, and what are we doing to remediate it?
From 2006 to 2009, there were no single audits performed by the city. That crippled us. We could not produce the grant reports until the financial statements were prepared, and we've been working over this past year to correct those. We've submitted 3 grant reports that were delinquent.
Okay, and the reality is that will be at LAWA's discretion as whether or not they make that allocation. I have made contact with the board, the president of the Board of Commissioners for the airport. They have agreed to work with us, but that is a very serious shortcoming in our program because we're not eligible for grants until those reports are completed. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And then my another question. So when someone like this really touched me, this Mary that lived at 2916 West 84th Street, she said that the cutoff stopped at her home. You know, she's the woman that was using electrical heaters to heat. How would that happen, and how does that happen?
I'm not certain exactly how her particular circumstance came to be. The circumstance of having 4 years of backlog designs extended the wait for many, many people. We've had a challenge funding 200 homes in any given year, let alone 500, 600 homes that we would expect ourselves to be able to do. Currently, we need closer to 800 homes to be done in any given year. Her personal circumstance, I can't answer specifically right now.
Fine. Okay, so how many homes have we designed and done construction on in the last 2 years in the city of Inglewood?
Through 2012, it'll be on the order of 650.
All right. Okay, now, excuse me, sir. Now, in your estimation, when we signed the original settlement agreement and depended on these future streams of, how many homes in total are eligible to be insulated in Inglewood, in the contours? What's the total?
8,700 homes identified in the original plan.
How many have we done so far?
There'll be 4,500 at the end of this year.
So we're 50% done. In your estimation, and I'm going to ask Mr. Allen the same thing, was there ever enough money based upon the fact that there would be inflation, the fact that materials would cost more, and the total number of homes? Was there ever enough money allocated to this program to do all those homes?
Not with current expectations, no.
Okay, so whose responsibility would that have been early on when we signed that settlement agreement? If we had X number of homes, we knew it cost X number of dollars to with materials and labor, and we knew there would be inflation. So whose responsibility would have been to say, well, we're going to need X number of million? It seems to me it'd be somewhere in the order of $370 million to do, and we've spent about $190 million so far. So how is it that we ended up settling so low and having expectations so high that money would come in the future?
I can't explain that, sir. It's happened from the decision makers that don't know who that might be.
And so the best thing that we can do now is to try and secure as much money as we can to insulate as many homes as we can as fast as we can before the 2015 deadline for the contours to change. Would it be effective for us to marshal, if we could, $100 million and contract with a large company that could do 500, 600 homes at a pop?
Yes, sir.
Is that feasible? All right. Thank you. Those are my comments. Councilman Stevens.
Well, I'd like to know if I address Mr. Calzada now, will I later have an opportunity to address Mr. Allen?
Yes, you will, of course.
Okay, very good. Well, here's my concern. It seems that, Mr. Calzada, you're here today, but the issue why the people are here is the item DR2. Under DR2, what we were voting on here today, as you briefly went over, is the issue of in the block. And as stated in the settlement agreement, it states very clearly that, I'll just pick up right here, it says that the court, A, dismiss all causes of action brought by petitioners challenging the LAX Master Plan program, and B, the court shall retain jurisdiction over this case solely for the purpose of enforcing the mutual obligations incurred by the parties as specified by the enforcement provisions of this settlement. Now, they're referring to, of course, as you know, the settlement agreement, a 38-page document. The question then becomes this. In the settlement agreement, it addresses an item called end of block. End of block. And as per definition, what is end of block? End of block happens to be, by definition, as it states, to the end of the block. Any block. It doesn't say, well, particular block. It says to the end of the block. And so, Mr. Calzada, what is being proposed here today on DR2 is an elimination of end of block without going to the court, without going before any magistrate. Just simply, we're going to start throwing around different terms now of end of block and a number of different terms, and thus negating, once we send this off to FAA, someone would have to bring forward a court action to return it back to what it once was, as stipulated in this settlement agreement. Now, I was going to go through all this at my meeting last night, but my meeting, unfortunately, was interrupted. But Mr. Calzada, it states right here on page 30 of the Los Angeles World Airport's settlement agreement. This is what it says. In the block, El Segundo, Inglewood, and the County of Los Angeles may seek FAA approval to commence, and you've been operating this program since 1992, so you know this.
Yes, sir.
You were there. To commence an end-of-block soundproofing program, under which if any residence on a particular block falls within the applicable noise contour for that block, then each residence on that block will be eligible for soundproofing. LAWA agrees to support the jurisdiction's request to the FAA for permission to use this portion of money identified in sections A1 through A3 for this purpose. Now, here's my question for you. Did we ever take the issue of in the block to court to have that resolved? Just a yes or no?
No.
No, we didn't. Because, see, in the document itself, it states very clearly, once again, it says the court will retain jurisdiction over this case solely for the purpose of enforcing the mutual obligations incurred by the parties as specified by the enforcement provisions of this settlement agreement. Now, DR2, we have 3 items here. What we wish to do now here states, number 1, use of a $4 million grant implementation plan for designated properties eligible for the FAA neighborhood equity criteria. Neighborhood equity criteria? That's a new one. Okay. Where is that in the settlement agreement? Remember, everything pivots for the residents off of this document. Not something new, this document. Because, see, the residents agreed, as stated in component A, it states that the court dismisses all causes of action brought by petitioners. City of Inglewood, RSAC, a group that I helped found, and the residents of this city, it states the court dismisses all causes of action brought by petitioners challenging the LAX Master Plan. So we dropped all causes of action. All causes of action. Preferential runway takeoffs out here at LAX, that was an issue of environmental justice clearly, because what we were doing was that we were allowing LAX to have planes take off on the inboard runway to provide noise relief to the residents in the city of El Segundo and in Westchester, to the detriment of the residents here in the city. But we agreed to that because that $10 million that you're considering as discretionary was allocated for a community called Carlton Square. Now, We're here tonight because number one says use of a $4 million grant implementation plan for designated properties eligible for the FAA neighborhood equity criteria. It's not in the settlement, but it's a new term. And you're going to send this off to, this report recommends the staff submit to the FAA authorization to use discretionary funds provided under the 2006 settlement agreement with the Los Angeles airports to initiate the following actions. Then it states number two, use of a $5 million grant implementation plan for designated properties eligible for LAWA squared block criteria. Squared block, not in the block. Squared block. Now, by definition, squared block is what? Well, squared block doesn't go to the end of the block. Squared block basically can be 2 doors over.
Councilman, you're at time. Your time, sir.
Well, I'm not through with this item.
But you're at time, sir.
No, but we're not in a hurry here. This is a very important issue.
Councilman.
And I'm coming to the point of DR2. And I just asked for 3 extra minutes. That's all I'm asking for.
And then that's what you need to do, but you just can't go on and on. I'll give you 2 more minutes.
Well, I'd like to have 3, but I'll take 2.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Calzada, with 2 minutes left. It states very clearly, use of a $5 million grant implementation plan for the designated properties eligible, beg your pardon?
It's going to be recycled, ma'am. We can't.
Eligible for LAWA squared block criteria. Then it states 3, grant priority to single-family housing ahead of multifamily units after the completion of bid group 10-4C. Now, here's the issue, 1 and 2. Let's just take 2 for the sake of time.
Mm-hmm.
2, we're going to a squared-off program versus a end of block. But as once again, if you live at the end, if you live on a block, you are going to get your home sound insulated all the way to the end. But here is the key with squared off within the block. In the block was to be funded by any type. If you were to fund, just the same as you were funding the core area of the noise contour, meaning that with your map here identified in blue, in the block was to be funded through a regular standard grant application. Now what you're doing, according to your own document, which states very clearly, action number 2, you're going to use only $10 million. The point is, under your own figures that you have here, you're stating right here very clearly, it states action 2. Under the second request, RSI Department proposes to use the $5 million grant implementation plan to renovate up to 140 of the 760 homes that were identified under the squared block criteria by LAWA. These homes would not otherwise be eligible for federal program, but could be funded entirely by LAWA. Could be funded entirely by LAWA. The discretionary money is used exclusively to be funded by LAWA. That was the whole purpose of Carlton Square, but that would require another 3 minutes for you. Both of the proposed actions assume a per unit cost of up to $36,000. This is a projected estimate for the next 2 years. The challenge for the program managers will be to attempt to fold in another 100 to 150 units per year through 2015 within the current capacity of the present program. States very, very clearly here is that the discretionary program was intended to address concerns outside of the conventional eligible areas. The blocks that came to be known as squared blocks and were part of settlement agreement could be a prime example of extending eligibility to normal ineligible areas. Mr. Calzada, you are only going to be able to renovate 140 homes. This is cutting to the chase. You're only going to be able to sound insulate 140 homes, and yet you have 760 homes by your estimate that are to participate in your squared off program. So the reason for the list that I've requested people to sign was very simple. First come, first serve. So establish the list, because when you did your outreach, which are these documents right here, from a workshop of September 19th, 2012, only 100 people showed. To our rough estimate, over 475 to 500 people showed last night. That's correct. And if you take a look at the people who spoke here tonight, I've been writing their addresses down. They're not listed on your sheet. So what we've got here is a breakdown. We've got a total breakdown, Mr. Calzada, with the RSI department. And I need to have more time, because the reality of it all is this, is that when we're talking about, under your own document, states right here,
Councilman.
$5 million, just 5 of the $10 million.
Councilman, it's time. Mr. Calzada, could you care to address what you can from that?
If I may, sir, that would be great.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Go ahead.
I would fully agree with I wholly agree with the councilman
Folks,
that
we can't hear. Thank you.
that the jurisdiction of the settlement agreement is under the purview of the courts. We've not deviated from that as long as I've been in the program. The end of block criteria was a term of art that the people at LAWA introduced. We went to them in 2007, prior to my hire as the director, and offered to them a list of 1,375 homes. They corresponded with us later in that year that only 1,250 homes would qualify under the end of block portion of the settlement agreement. We've employed those 1,250 properties as part of our plan from 2007 forward. We've corresponded, once I came into office as the RSI director, I corresponded to confirm that understanding with them in 2008. They came back to me in October 2008 and verified that the 1,250 units were, in fact, considered under the end of block program of the settlement, that they were now going to be called squared block, and that the priority, first and foremost, and since the beginning of the program, that the priority would be for those properties within the existing contours. The correspondence from October 2008 indicated that all efforts would have to be expended to complete the what I call the core program now within the contours, prior to engaging efforts to go to the end of block. In August of this year, I met with the FAA officials, showed them the map that's in your packet. Even though the colors were different, it shows the 1,250 homes at end of block. They said that we wouldn't consider those. We can only consider those under their neighborhood equity policies. In essence, what they're saying is that the 2015 contour that the FAA recognizes presently establishes a priority for funding under the FAA rules. The FAA will only fund those properties affected by the 2015 contour. The map in your packet identifies 2 subsets of the end of block properties. One is for the neighborhood equity that would be eligible for 80-20 funding, meaning $4 for every one that we would get from LAWA, and 100% LAWA eligible properties. So the strategy that I'm proposing with the adoption of the priority for single family homes, or the 2 actions to make use of the discretionary fund, only leverages the revenue, the resources that we have currently under our control. I cannot speak to LAWA's benevolence, generosity, or grant making next year. I can only speak to what we have in hand right now. And so we're basically positioning the city to leverage resources we do have under our control to protect those that are under the end of block program.
Permission to be recognized, Mr. Mayor.
No, not right now, sir. Councilwoman Dunlap.
I just have a question. I just have a question for the city attorney.
Well, not right now, sir.
Why have we not? Why did we accept that?
Well, because if you have a point of order, make it to the chair.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Your point of order.
My point of order is this: is that Mr. Calzada stated that we met with Los Angeles Ward Airports. Los Angeles Ward Airports has no bearing on the settlement agreement that they agreed to. They agreed to it. They signed it. It is valid until 2015. Why would we then?
Councilman Stevens, what's the point of order you want me to rule on?
That I be issued another 2 minutes.
Not at this time, sir. Not at this time. All right. Councilman Franklin.
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Calzada. Actually, you actually have not been in that department for the number of years that this program's been in operation since '94. You were
Correct.
here administration, then you were sent back to the office.
Correct.
So this body that existed in 2006, we had this issue regarding end of the block. And because we had this issue of end of the block, you inherited in 2007 because we identified a number of houses of locations that we felt would qualify, and that's where you had that 1,375 homes
Correct.
by the previous director that presented it to LAWA. LAWA says, we're giving you the money, here's where we're appropriating it, and what you're sharing with us today, and for those that don't have it in front of you, be sure to go on the city's website. It should be on there showing the map, and particularly I want to concentrate on the yellow portions, which is those homes that are near the core in the middle of a block, and all of a sudden toward the end of the block, what's going toward the outside of the corridor, that is qualifies as the quote-unquote end of the block, part of the 1,250 homes. But it's the funding mechanism on how it's been appropriated, and that is the FAA funding, which is the 80-20, not the LAWA funding, which is the green, which is again end of the block, and that is the 100% by LAWA. The residents don't care who pays. They want to know when they're going to get it done. And I think that's the biggest concern. And the other thing was I heard a number of residents who have lived under the flight path needs a distinction to understand that the city of Inglewood did not identify what the flight path is. It is mandated or directed by FAA and LAWA that here is what we identified, and what we basically identify, then that's how we're going to appropriate funding. Now, this council, those may not always been here at the time, but this council was in a referee or a wrestling match about saying, let's have equity, because District 3 may be the closest to the flight path, but yet District 4 and District 1 were still feeling the pinch of these loud noises. And so therefore, it was the political arena that was moving to get some of these homes further away from the corridor or to the flight, to the actual airport itself, out here in District 4 and District 3. So, I mean, and I'm sorry, District 1. So as a consequence, there's equity, but I think it's really critical. I don't know if you're going to put up a map or not. The residents need to understand what is the corridor that was been designated by LAWA and FAA. I think they understood that we are restricted to what we can or cannot do, then therefore they'd have a better understanding. May not like it, but at least give them the snapshot what they need to know. For District 4, for example, particularly my avenues that are between 104th and 108th, between Crenshaw and Van Ness, those are the homes that fall at the end of the block. And they fall under this neighborhood equity, which again is FAA. Now, the other thing that hasn't been addressed, when can they be done? Because you have to, first of all, do the core program first. How do we justify doing a home that is closer, and I'll use my area, closer to 104th than the house on the corner that's on 108th between Crenshaw and Van Ness? And that's the concern we have, and the direction we got from the airport of LAWA's recommendation that we do the core homes first. Then the funding becomes, well, where's the money? And when can we get the money? And that's why the proposal tonight to do your due diligence was to identify that, look, we only have $9 million left of this discretionary funds. But if we can parlay that money and use only 4 of it to do some matching with LAWA, then we can blossom it from $4 million to $20 million. Am I there?
Correct.
So as a consequence, this is a chance where we can get the money. But the other concern that came, I heard the mayor mention briefly, and that had to do with the fact that we have had too small of contracts with all the labor of love that we've done to do the homes. We've had this discussion before with this council, and we have agreed to mushroom the number of projects going out instead of 50, but maybe 100 to 150 homes, so that way we can expedite this so we can meet the threshold that is the sunset of December 31st, 2015. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman, I gave Councilman Seaman an extra 3. If you'd like 3, you may have it.
I will hold my comments.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Councilwoman Dunlap
Councilman Morales doesn't wish to speak?
just said that.
I do. You want to speak first, Mr. Lepp, or do you want to move?
I'll wait and speak after you,
Okay. So nice.
Okay, Councilman Franklin actually did a very good job of explaining kind of situation that we are in today. A real good snapshot of saying, hey, this is why we're doing what we're doing today. But let me go back a few years back when the program first started. I think there was a very poor job in setting expectations here. And ultimately, the program never developed to the point where it was kind of signifying to the folks, come sign up, this is how we're going to do it, you're on the list, so this is how the timeline is going to happen. So now we're here. Going back to a point Mr. Franklin said in regards to our end of the block program. Back in 06, I think it was, when we first saw the end of the block, based on the lawsuit, we went ahead and sent LAWA a letter saying, okay, we've identified all these 1,800 homes. How many homes was it?
1,375.
1,300 homes, to say, hey, we've identified all of these homes to the end of the block. These are the ones we're requesting funding for. It came back and it said no. Why? Now, because for us, end of the block was if any one home qualifies, the rest of the block qualifies. Well, that wasn't the case. We had some incidents where there was maybe a handful of homes on a block and maybe 40 homes which were towards the rest of the block that hadn't qualified, and they were saying, no, that doesn't count. We're going to stop at a reasonable number. So we started to really focus on those points. Here we are in terms of trying to gather up as much funds as possible to do as many homes as possible before the end of 2015. The mayor did a good job of explaining how we fell behind holding on to those $27 million and not actually forwarding the audits. Here's what the FAA and LAWA has done. They've basically sent little bundles of money for us to do the homes, and then they've waited for verification of how many we've done, how our program is going, our audits, before they get to send us some more. So that's where we fell behind, and now we're trying to play catch-up. So in order to do that and get as much money as possible right now, to do as many homes as possible, we need to start leveraging our funds. As you heard Councilman Franklin say, you know, and Mr. Calzada say, we're using $4 million of $9 million that are available to us right now to put in to get matching funds. We're going to get 4 to 1. So we're going to turn those $4 million into $20 million. So those $4 million, yes, we can go out and we could say, hey, you know, send us the $4 million to do X number of homes right now, correct? We could also do that. But we've decided to leverage as much funds as possible to go ahead and get the $20 million and get some of these homes that you're waiting for, as well as on my area, get them done. We're going to do way more with $20 million than we are with $4 million. A lot has happened in this program. Ultimately, they're saying noisy is first. Well, a lot of changes were made to the project, and we started really doing equity throughout the city. But the truth of the matter is, when the program started, it started at the westernmost point. Why? Because that's considered the noisiest area. So in moving it around, things got kind of to a point where when applications came in, the first front load, in my area there are people who applied at the very, very beginning who are still waiting. Because as soon as things changed, they got placed on the bottom of the list because we're balancing it out throughout the city. There was some mention made about some commitments to particular areas in certain parts of the city. I don't recall that. So in turn, we have these discretionary funds. We're trying to leverage them. We're trying to get our audits in order to ask for more funding. And that's what's taking so long. At the end of the day, you need to know two things. Do you qualify? And if you qualify, when are you going to get your windows? Okay? That's all that matters to a homeowner. So I hope that you take at least enough information to find out who to call, and then I hope that in our process here in the city, we are extremely realistic when we're responding to those residents. I hope that from this day forward, if somebody calls you, you can be honest with them and say, you know, very clearly, you do qualify. This is where we are with the money. It may be a few years before we get back. So I'd like for you to comment on whether they can get, what kind of response they will get If they call you tomorrow to say, where do I stand? And then that's it for now. Thank you.
Bearing in mind there's only 15 million in the bank.
Yeah, bearing in mind. So I'd like you to speak to them about that.
If I may, sir. There are a number of construction contracts that we have obligations to the tune of 11.2 million. There is enough to cover those contracts, just enough FAA dollars to get that done, and we have less than 6 million of LAWA dollars left on hand currently.
If somebody's home belongs to one of those contracts, you'll be able to tell them?
Exactly. So
That's what I want to know.
So the contracts that we're bringing forward in the next 2 months are either 100% LAWA funded or 80-20, and we barely have enough to cover those 5 additional contracts, in my estimation. The issue then is, what do we do after those 6 months? And without an additional funding amount, the program basically has a lot of work to do, but no funding to do it after June, July, August of next year.
Thank you. Councilwoman Dunlap.
Yes, actually, thank you. Is it clear to everyone now? You have a full understanding of what's happening? I would imagine not, because you've been hearing this same thing for year in and year out. It doesn't sound any different to me. And I actually didn't hear anybody just come out and say the program has been mismanaged. That's what they need to hear. That's exactly what has occurred over all these years. It's been completely mismanaged. And they kind of skirted over the $27 million of FAA money that we don't have due to the failure of doing audits, of which no one was held responsible, by the way. No one was held accountable for any of these issues. $27 million did not go into this program because our books were not in order, and so we didn't get the money. Period. That's called mismanagement. And I find it interesting at our council meetings now that apparently we have this race against time. This is a meeting of the legislative body. We are the legislative body. We're elected by you to take care of city business. And now we're on this time clock. And if you notice, staff is not on a time clock. They can speak forever. So I'd like to know whose interests are being served when staff can speak for as long as they want, and your elected representatives, those who would like to address you specifically with regard to airport noise impacted areas, Councilman Stevens particularly, who wanted more time, he's cut off. Whose interest is that serving? It's not serving the public interest. Councilman Stevens should be able to ask whatever questions he wants to ask about this critical program. And I'm sure you would agree. Yes. That's what you came out here for. That's why you spent your time to come here, and that's why so many of you came to his meeting last night, which was not interrupted, it was disrupted. Now, with regard to our long history here, remember, it's a council majority, meaning 3 people run this city. They can have a vision or they can run it into the ground. Now, when our program first started, being on the minority, I attempted to bring in, with no support, and I have to just bring this up because sometimes people out there like to taint the record. I suggested we bring in contract people who had worked in the city of San Francisco. They had a wonderful program, and they did 400 and 500 homes every phase, like clockwork. I went and visited what they up in San Francisco. I was so impressed by what they did. I thought, this is what we need in Inglewood. This is before we started our program. We need to bring these contract people in here. They are in and out of a home. They have a guarantee to every homeowner. When we enter your house to do the work, we're out in 24 hours. And you know that's not happening here. That's been like a nightmare. Plus, they shared with me some of the problems they had early on that they learned from. One of them was when they first started, they used to remove the whole window frame. And then they realized, well, that caused leaks, and then they just started inserting windows in the frame. Well, of course, you know, we started removing the windows because we don't learn from anyone's mistakes. So we had to create the wheel all over again. It's been mismanaged, period. And I asked questions that I said, what's this neighborhood equity? It's on the agenda. What's this neighborhood equity criteria? They couldn't even tell me. I'm going to vote on this tonight. I agree with my colleague. We need to just hold this over. We're not suggesting we may not be in favor of some of these things, or I'm not. I'm saying I want to know more about it, so I make sure I'm making the best decision, which is in your best interest. That's all I've asked. And by the way, Mr. Fields, when we brought up some issues, actually it was September 11th, I asked for the correspondence between the city and LAWA, which is some of the background for what's on the agenda. And I don't have it. I asked Mr. Calzada today. He said he sent it to you within just a few days of September 11th. It was today, and he said he would send it to you again. I still didn't get it. Do you not understand the California Public Records Act? You are required to provide documents to the public within 10 days of a request. Within 10 days. That's the law. And I expect you to follow it. Certainly members of the body as well as members of the public. And that has to do with items before us. Correspondence between LAWA and the city. Don't you think that'd be of interest? That's what they're basing some of their decisions on. Some of the meetings they're having. Well, we need to see these documents so we have a better background. We're the ones voting. We're the ones making the decision. So I would hope that my colleagues would see the wisdom in just holding off. Allow all the information to get out. If we need to have another public meeting where we have maybe over at Crozier, so we have the auditorium, have everyone come, and have a full and complete discussion, not 2 minutes for him, 2 minutes for me, and you know, an hour for staff. No, it has to do with a full, clear-cut discussion so people understand this program better. And it took, 15 years to have single-family homeowners having priority. I've been fighting for that by myself for all of these years until Councilman Stevens came on board. He was fighting for you on the other side of the podium. But it never happened until now. Always single-family homes should have been having a priority. I found it was very offensive to me that absentee landlords with these huge multi-unit apartment buildings were being enriched. Enriched, because actually it didn't benefit the community at all, because they evicted their tenants and raised the rents. So how is that good for our community? It's not good at all. We always should have been taking care of the people who live in this community, who've had a commitment to this community. We always should have done that. Finally, after all these years, it looks like we're going to be doing it right. But with regard to all of our problems, mismanagement, that's what it is. Those of you who came out this evening, I really do appreciate it. Those of you who came to the meeting last night, you did not get to hear any presentation. And I would hope, Mayor, that you would agree that the city should have a meeting at Crozier Auditorium where we can have a full discussion of this. And I would like to see my colleague to my right, Councilman Stevens, having a full part in that presentation, because after all, he was more intricately involved in these airport matters than any other member of this body, ever. So I would like to see him very prominently involved in that program, and so that he can have a full vetting of his interests and concerns, and so the public has a clear understanding of what's happening. When we talk about, when I say mismanagement, it was mentioned politics. No member of this body should be able to call up any office and say, do it for this person. But why were homes taken out of order? Why were homes taken out of order? And who even determined the order? Who? And so that you should look askance at that. It was unfair. That's all there is to it. It's unfair. And the fact that people are dying waiting for this, when we could have made their lives more comfortable here in this city, enhanced their quality of life, I mean, that's just shameful. That's an embarrassment. It's shameful on our part. And then yet we do apartment buildings for absentee landlords, and they evict their tenants. No. And this council majority has to take responsibility for the bad decisions that are made then and now on a daily basis. We are always to be held accountable for the decisions that are made by the majority of this body, period, the majority. Once again, Mayor, I would hope that you would consider having this item held over for maybe 2 or 3 weeks until we can have this meeting where we can have a more clear a discussion of everything, and I want the documents, Mr. Fields, that should have been given to me a month ago, and I'm assuming other members would like to have them as well. Once again, it's a correspondence between Alawa and the city of Inglewood, so we need to know what these are. And I'm also concerned, we have an aviation commission, which is made up of people representing the city on these airport issues, and yet I asked my commissioner, and he said none of these items came to their commission. So why are they not involved? Because people can come to them as well. And they are advisory, to us.
Okay, would you have
So
any
that
response,
concludes
Mr.
my remarks. Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Calzada or Mr. Fields?
I'd like to first respond first. Because a number of issues have been raised regarding the mismanagement or supposed mismanagement of
It's
the
not
program.
supposed that it was.
Well, okay. What I'd like.
Excuse me, he's not going to come behind me and contradict me.
If you let me finish, I'm not about to contradict you.
No, it's not supposedly mismanagement.
Okay.
It is mismanagement. But his role is a resource at these meetings, Mayor. It's not to come behind any member of this body. Excuse me, he should not be interrupting. This is a meeting of the city council. If he wants to have a meeting, he can hold one anytime he wants, but it's not our meeting.
Councilwoman Dunlap, go ahead, Mr. Fields.
Yes. Because of the statements about the program being mismanaged, I would like to state for the record that since I've come on board, I've been here, for the public who may not know, I've been here for like the last year and 3 months. And upon coming on board, it was quickly brought to my attention a number of the issues with the program that Councilmember Dunlap and other council members have brought to my attention. And as a result of that, I commissioned a audit report by the former city manager to look into the program, and which identified a number of issues with the program. I used that audit report to make a number of different improvements that I think we're now seeing in the last year that I've been here. As was stated earlier, the city was behind 3 audits, and those are end-of-the-year reports that must be done in order for us to receive additional money. All of those reports now, within the last year since I've been here, have been completed and submitted to LAWA in order for us to get our money. We're currently corresponding with them and responding to a number of their comments that they made in those reports. So after those reports are done, we will be hopeful that we will be getting the money, the $27 million that's been held up to this point. So I don't want to give the public the impression that the program is currently being mismanaged, because I think we're doing an awful lot to get the program back on track, but I can't within a year fix 20, 15 years worth of what's being identified as mismanagement. But working with the council and with staff, I think we are making progress, and I don't want it to be misrepresented in any way that somehow we're not doing what we need to do to get the program back on track. Again, as was stated, for many years, the public, the council, has been asking to have single-family homes done first, for reasons which I won't, opine on. That has not happened. Since I've been here in the last year, I've heard that from the council, and we now are bringing forward. I've asked to have, and the council too, have asked that this single-family prioritization be presented to the council for formal authority. There was. It was brought to my attention that a number of conversations have been had by the council regarding single-family homes, but no authority. No, we could not find anything in the record whereby the council took authority to do that. So we're doing that tonight. And then also, as we've tried to explain as well, we're doing all that we can within limited services. We would like to do 500, 600 homes, all of the homes within the next year. But the bottom line is we do not have the ability, we do not have the funding to do all the homes. As Mike Calzada mentioned earlier, we've submitted, even when we were getting money, we've submitted for the maximum amount of money that we could get to do homes. But we have only been given less than what we've requested. So we're continuing to make improvements in the program. I think Mike Calzada and I and the consultant, Sydney Allen, that we brought on board, also with the council that's here, I think that if we all continue to work together, and I think it's more important to look forward as opposed to look backwards in terms of what hasn't been done. My goal at this point is to get as many homes as we can sound insulated before the deadline of 2015, and with the council's help and your help, I hope that we can do that. Thank you very much.
Okay, I gave all the council members between 8 and 10 minutes, and I took 5. I'm going to finish with three because I was asked to hold this over for another meeting. This is the way that I think and the way that I operate. This is a simple function of dollars to do the work, capacity to do the work, and you getting your houses done. Now, I've never seen a meeting that insulated one single house. When I came on, I'd heard for 14 months about when am I going to get my windows, when is my house going to be insulated, and I said that's one of the first things I'm going to look into. When Mr. Fields came on board, he commissioned that audit. We found the shortcomings. The first thing I did behind the scenes was go talk to people at LAWA, because we don't have any claim to that money, but I used to work there. And I said, hey, you know, this is a situation we're in. We changed financial systems. Our finance director left under a cloud. There's not been a reconciliation of our records. Will you allow us an opportunity to reconstruct our records and have a chance to get this money? And he said, you know, we'll have to take a special board action to do it, but we'll consider it because you asked. I didn't go and yell to the rooftops, say everybody, the sky is falling. There was this mismatch, because it does no good to cry about all the things that were mismatched before. That will not put one window in your house. It will not put one air conditioning unit in your house. My purpose, my background is get things done. So we can meet to high heaven, but what we have to do is we have to get authorization to money. We have to get access to money. We have to do a better job of how we bundle these homes. We need to use bigger firms. We need to get a large pot of money, get a bigger firm, and do a lot of homes at once. And that's what I believe should happen. I think there's a thorough understanding of what's going on here. There was never enough money allocated to do all the homes that were spec'd to be done. There was mismanagement in not submitting these audit reports. That's being rectified. And we have been actively soliciting the FAA for additional funds. And that's where we are. And that's the bottom line. We can meet till the cows come home, but if we don't have enough money, then we aren't going to be able to insulate your homes. And what you want are your homes insulated. You don't want a bunch of excuses. You don't want to hear about what happened 5, 10 years ago, because it's not relevant to you. What's relevant to you is, when is your home going to be done? And once we get on a path like that, then maybe we can give you more reasonable expectation, because you haven't been given reasonable expectations. Because when you put your house put into design and then you don't hear anybody from anybody for 3, 4, 5 years, that's unreasonable and that's wrong. So what I and the council want to do is get the job done. Recriminations are not helpful at this point. I could say, hey, I wasn't here, it wasn't my fault, let's ignore it. No, it's my responsibility. It's all of our responsibility to get it done for you. And we're going to get it done for you. All right, move 1, 2, and 3.
Mr. Mayor, before you move forward, the people, they are not going to, no, sir, you are it is relevant. These everyone is not going to have their home sound insulated. You passed this item as stated in Mr. Calzada's statement right here in the staff report. 140 of 760 homes, only 140 out of 760 are going to be sound insulated with the 10. You do not have, what you have to look at is the fact that we have money that we have not even applied for. We need a forensic audit. I have brought that, requested that before. No, sir, it is relevant. These people have come here today, and all of them are not going to have their homes sound insulated unless we place their names on a list, and we do it in a sequential prioritization method. The people who came to that meeting last night all were strategically given an invitation to come to a meeting.
You're risking being censored, sir. You're out of order.
Sir, you're risking being recalled.
Okay.
That's okay. So let's stick with the facts.
Hey,
Here's the facts. The people. No. Listen, you can censor me all day long, but here's the bottom line. No, the motion what you're going to do is you're going to cut 620 individuals' throats here who are not going to have an installation because you can't apply for grant dollars because you misappropriate, because the FAA is not going to release the money because you didn't file the grant applications, because you can't document where you spent it. So what we've got to do here is we have to figure out a method here
Sergeant at Arms, could you everybody sit down?
Oh, yes, sir. You got it, sir. You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Thank you. Can we get started, Robert?
Okay, we're back in session. There's a motion on the floor.
I second.
And a
Oh,
second.
who did the motion?
Madam City Clerk.
What is the
Council
motion?
Member Stevens.
Motion to table, please.
No, there's already a motion to approve.
When was the motion? I'll second. Second, Ms. Dunlap.
I didn't hear. I'm sorry.
There was a second motion.
Mr. City Attorney.
What's the second motion?
Does the motion to table supersede the motion to approve?
Understand, Robert's Rules of Order under your rules of decorum only suggested means of operation. Ultimately, the council can decide what takes precedence rather than Robert's Rules of Order.
All right. So we'll do it by chronological order. We'll vote on Councilman Morales' motion.
Well, when did Councilman Morales make his motion? Before
He
we
made it while
broke,
you
or
were-
what before
while
the
you were
break?
yelling, sir. Go right
That was
ahead.
inappropriate.
That's inappropriate. I
Go
agree.
right ahead.
Councilman Stevens.
On Mr. Morales' motion.
Correct.
And his motion is what?
To approve.
To approve DR2?
Yes.
I would like each of those items voted on separately, please.
Okay, so
I'll
Council-
second that. Can we vote on each item separately?
Well,
The
no,
mayor
we're going to vote on the original motion. If it doesn't carry, then we'll
Okay, well,
consider.
Mayor, as a courtesy,
we'll consider
your
your
motion is still, the motion to approve is still on the floor. I would just ask if you would vote on 1, 2, and 3 separately, please.
Well, I'm going to just go with the motion. If it doesn't carry, then I'll entertain your motion.
Councilman Stevens.
No.
Dunlap.
Abstain.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Mayor Butts.
Aye. Okay. Madam City Clerk, what's the next scheduled matter to go into PH1?
The next scheduled matter is a public hearing to consider zoning code amendments 2012-03 to modify regulations for the sale of distilled spirits for off-site consumption.
Please, folks, if we could be quiet too, please. All right. Go ahead. Has notice this hearing been given in the time, form, and manners required by law, and do you have the affidavit on file?
Notice has been given and affidavit is on file.
Is the complete file of the Planning Commission present?
Yes, it is.
Have any communications been received on the matter?
No communications have been received.
Is there a staff report, Mr. City Administrator?
Yes, Ms. Linda Tatum, Acting Economic and Community Development Director, will give the staff report.
Good afternoon, Mayor Butts, members of the City Council. This is a request for consideration of Zoning Code Amendment 2012-03 to amend the zoning code regulations regarding the sale of distilled spirits for off-site consumption. Current municipal code language prohibits a grocer or a large retailer from applying for a conditional use permit to sell distilled spirits if they're within 600 feet of a youth facility. The Planning Commission recommended approval of this amendment, which would modify current regulations to allow grocery stores and large retail establishments greater than 10,000 square feet the opportunity to apply for a special use permit to sell distilled spirits through the SUP process. Liquor stores would continue to be prohibited within 600 feet of any youth facility. The proposed amendment includes 3 components, or 3 modifications to the current code. The first is it modifies the definition of a youth facility to be consistent with the intent of state law, which identifies a youth facility for youth 6 years in age or older. It also establishes an SUP requirement for retailers and grocery stores for distilled spirits sales, regardless of their distance to a youth facility. The third thing it does is establish a square footage minimum for what we consider to be a large retailer to make sure that you don't have small markets applying for an SUP for a distilled spirit sales. And it also, the purpose behind establishing a minimum square footage criteria was to assure that you get large retailers who have appropriate resources to make sure that they monitor the sales and that they provide for appropriate security at their establishments. In analyzing this amendment, the question came up regarding the issue of overconcentration. And currently the city has 90 what we call off-sale establishments that are actively licensed. And technically, per the ABC definition, this is an overconcentration. However, overconcentration in and of itself would not preclude anyone from applying for an ABC license. The ABC does take into consideration the overconcentration. However, if before they would approve a license for any establishment that is within an area that has been determined to be overconcentrated, they would take into consideration they require that the applicant demonstrate that there is a public convenience and necessity associated with their particular application. I just wanted to acknowledge that in recent years the city has had very few applications for any ABC license at all, and specifically within the last year the Planning Commission has reviewed only one application for an ABC license, and that happened to be an on-sale establishment, and that was associated with a restaurant. So just noting that within recent years the city has not been particularly active in terms of applications for ABC licenses. Just also wanted to note that in considering this amendment, the Planning Commission found that the amendment as proposed would foster healthy economic conditions because it would allow business such as a Target or a Costco or a Fresh and Easy, Trader Joe's, the kind of businesses that the city residents and the council has indicated that they would like to see come to the city. It would encourage or allow those types of businesses to come into the city and to be able to sell distilled spirits if they request a special use permit that would allow them to do so. The regulations would also require, because they would require approval of an SUP, the Planning Commission would have the opportunity to thoroughly review a particular proposal, and the way they typically review any proposal for an ABC license is to get a police report and find out whether or not what the crime statistics are in a particular area. They consider any information from the police department regarding recent criminal activity in the area of the license. They also get a report from the ABC licensing division regarding any particular issues or concerns with the applicant. And also it allows the Planning Commission to put appropriate conditions on the property, such as things like requiring on-site security, hours of operation, or anything that they feel might be appropriate to mitigate the potential impact of the type of business that's requesting a license. So in conclusion, I'd just like to note that request that the City Council affirm the Planning Commission's recommendation to approve this code amendment. And I would like to note that if Council should approve this particular application, it does not approve or license any specific business or operation. It just gives any business the right to come to the city, to apply for an SUP, to go through the process, and if approved through that process, they would be allowed to sell distilled spirits. That concludes staff's presentation. I'm available to answer any questions you might have.
Are there any persons present that wish to address the council on this matter?
Absolutely. My name is Diane Sembrano. We've come a long way, haven't we? This used to be a community that did not allow alcohol, period. And then we started overturning decisions when the Planning Commission said no. So now we're just kind of extending it so that up to and inclusive of, what was that? 600 feet of a youth facility? I can't imagine why we would ever consider doing that. You know, for years and years and years, we keep on saying those evil liquor store people, those evil... Oh, I'm sorry to keep you up. It's such a late night. After all, it is 9:30. But, you know, I think it's incredible that we invite folks to come and encourage us to purchase alcohol when we allow even lesser restriction. Didn't we at one time say we didn't want to do that? Huh. But now we're saying it's okay. Kind of reminds me of when the church decided it wanted to sell alcohol outside. Remember that? At the forum? Never mind the fact that we claim we don't want children to become alcoholic. Never mind it's across the street from an elementary school. I think we speak with forked tongue. What is that? A double-minded man is unstable in all of his ways? I think it's true of a city as well.
Ethel Austin, PH1. I want to, first I didn't hear it because the mics, they go off and on, you know. Are you going along with this, might I ask? Is the planning going along with these liquor license, spirits, or what? I didn't hear because the mics are going in and out.
Well, she hasn't, I don't know if she made a recommendation or not. She presented it to us for our consideration, so.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Now, since she's just presenting this and you saying a zone permit, Chairman Butts, you have been the chief a long time with the police department. Now, I know you know we don't need no more liquor here. This city is a 9-mile city long, and there's liquor stores on every corner, church houses on every corner. We don't need a church and another liquor store in your city. Our poor Inglewood already suffering. We got the sheriffs coming in, killing our taxpayers. You got the Inglewood PD working good. They ain't killed no but 2 people this year in a few little months, which is good. But the sheriff's coming in and taking over our city. Why is that? And now you want to bring some liquor. Now you council members, 1, 2, 3, 4. If you all vote to bring in some more liquor, and the main one laughing is the main one lying about the unions, the main one grabbing union money, in quotes. Well, maybe they got paid to bring this liquor in, Mayor, but we don't have enough police to. We're supposed to have so many police for so many residents, and we don't have that. So you know that. You are a chief. And you know we don't have enough police on the beat, on the street. Oh, we got enough inside, but we ain't got enough to patrol the people that live here. And you know that's a no-no. So if you let them approve this, you know what you're doing? You're hurting your own staff. You're hurting your police department. You know it. Ain't no jobs here. All they're gonna do, Mayor, is hang around there, smoke crack, smoke dope. Think about it. So whoever took their little money, make them give it back. That's all. Because we all know they're being bought and sold around here. People tired of it.
Evening again, Mayor and City Council. I know you're going to comment on this. A few times I have to Austin and just major concern. Law enforcement and just the public health and safety aspect. 600 feet is about 2/3 of a football field. It's a long way. So, unless somebody has one heck of a sales pitch to justify this, what we could possibly lose and have go wrong, I don't think you guys are going to approve this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Willie A.G. and I live in the beautiful city of Inglewood. My opinion about this is with all the development that we have coming to this city, this is absolutely going to be necessary. Hollywood Park, the Forum, it don't have to be something bad, but we need other places other than liquor stores. I support this, and I hope the city council votes to approve it.
I just wanted to see if we can get more clarity, if it's just for liquor stores or is it for restaurants that are going to have liquor in them? This is just for a store to sell liquor?
Go ahead, Matt.
This is a code, a change that would, a store that sells liquor, if it's a liquor store, they could not do it. If it's a large retailer like a Target, a Costco, a Smart and Final, large retail operations, they would be allowed to sell. They would be allowed to apply for a special use permit, go through the Planning Commission, and only if the Planning Commission approved it after examining it thoroughly, getting a report from the police department, getting a report from the ABC, and appropriately conditioning it to make sure that they have security, appropriate hours of operation, posting signs that say no loitering. There are several typical conditions of approval that the Planning Commission assures so that they can enhance the security and maintain a good operation of whatever business that they would approve an SUP for. So it would be subject to that particular process. So this application wouldn't approve any specific location or business. It would allow a business that would like to sell alcohol to come to the city, go through the Planning Commission process, and if the Planning Commission approves it, after doing all of their due diligence and reviewing it, they have the authority to approve it.
So
possibly.
So it's really like for CVS and Walgreens that are here and don't sell liquor now?
That's the idea. Large retailers, not a mom and pop, not a liquor store, not a market, but large retailers, because those are the businesses that the city feels have appropriate resources, enough resources to make sure that they're monitoring the sales of the alcohol, to make sure that they keep untoward activity from occurring around their businesses. So that's the idea of having them go through an appropriate process so that the city can say yes based upon the conditions of approval and you running an operation that would maintain the security of that business, that the city could then determine they have the right to sell alcohol.
But that seems like that may take away from the small businesses that do sell liquor in the community?
That's the potential, yes.
Yeah, that probably is not a good idea.
Good evening again, Lynette Lewis. On this public hearing, I'd like to know one thing. Who was the person that sent in the RFP to have this liquor store, to sell this liquor off-site? Are we just putting something in?
Ms. Lewis, I deviated on what we're supposed to do. Please, if you just make your comments, I will pick up on your question. I'll ask it during my time. So we want to know who let the RFP. I'll ask that question.
Okay. Because we got a liquor store on every corner and one in between. And anytime anybody wanted to buy any kind of off-site liquor, they can go to any liquor store. One of the things, in whatever large business that we, Costco's already sell alcohol, Walgreens, every other store that we got in here, they sell alcohol. CVS, you go to get a prescription filled, you can also buy your alcohol there well and get sick again. So the thing of it is that I just want to know why that we're making this kind of thing to have alcohol being sold off-site again, when we were calling for a moratorium on some of these things that we had in here. Then we closed out, say that we were going to have a moratorium. But you wasn't here. But I think we pulled a moratorium on these alcohol, on these liquor stores and stuff that we have coming in here. So I just want to know, this thing could be anywhere very close to a school. It could be anywhere that they decide to build a large organization or something. near a school or what have you, a community center. You know, we got to kind of look at what's in our city, how well that we're planning our city. I mean, God, we just don't want everything that comes in here and say, as they do say anyway, that, oh, that, you know, take it to Inglewood, it's Mikey, give it to them. Don't want it, give it to them. So I'm just saying that we want to make our cities a little bit more friendly than just having you just drive through, you got alcohol everywhere there is, and you already got a lot of homeless people that are hanging around and whatever. They can go in any store or whatever and buy alcohol. So I would just say I certainly would not approve to have this. Anyway, some bucks are not worth making in this city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joyce Smith in District 1. I missed a little bit of this at the beginning, but is this a proposal to have large stores like Target or F&M Market be able to sell liquor? Is that the purpose of this?
Yes, ma'am.
That is the purpose of this? I wonder whose brilliant idea this was. We don't need, and if people want to get liquor in the city of Inglewood, there's plenty of places to get it. But why would you have these stores that sell things for children and just you know, general merchandise? Why would you have them sell liquor when they don't do it right now? You know, why do you want to do this? What is the reason for having this, if I may ask? Is this a public hearing? Can I ask questions?
No, ma'am. You can give your comments. And
I'll give my comment. Yeah. Well, I think that this is a very poor idea. You know, I have children. Well, not my children are grown, but I have grandchildren and great-grandchildren here, and I would not want places that I take them, like Target or F&M, you know, to have a liquor available when it's not available right now. You know, there's enough liquor stores where people can get liquor, and I just don't think it's a good idea to have liquor. Causes so many problems with driving and accidents and, you know, shootings and all this sort of thing. So we don't need any more liquor establishments in this city. So I think it's a very poor idea, and I hope you will not approve of this. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, staff. My name is Bill Bailey. As y'all all know, I am against any alcohol being sold in the minority district anyway, because alcohol is something that when the economy goes bad, alcohol sales go up. It's a very addictive drug, and it is a drug. That's why they have AA meetings, okay? So alcohol leads to domestic violence cases, as the police department in Inglewood will tell you. I'm sure they will respond to domestic violence cases due to alcohol intoxication. And this is a very bad thing because that can lead to all sorts of things, gangs, shooting people. Alcohol is just not a good mixture in very poor, and I'm not saying that Inglewood is poor, but we're not rich, okay? And another thing, if you are not mentally stable enough to separate yourself from a good high, which some people say it is, but it's all just smoke and mirrors when you're on alcohol. You're just trying to escape from your reality. Once you come down from that high, you're still there in the same situation. So, I don't care what you say about alcohol. This nation does not need any more than what we are producing. Because the more we produce alcohol, the more we produce evils. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll close public comment. Is there a motion?
I have a comment.
Comment?
I have a comment.
Councilman Stevens?
Yes. Ms. Tatum,
Yes, sir.
what was the catalyst for this coming forward?
The catalyst for this request was an inquiry by Smart and Final about a year ago, and when we looked at the code to make a determination as to whether or not they could apply, the current zoning code is inconsistent with the practice of state law in terms of the state saying that any business Currently, the state law reads that any business within 600 feet of a youth facility cannot get an alcoholic beverage license. However, in practice, the state routinely issues ABC licenses to businesses within 600 feet of a school or youth facility. Their process for considering a license is very similar to what our planning commission goes through. They hold, staff investigates the site, they get police reports, they get public testimony, they hold a hearing and get public testimony, very much like what our planning commission does. And based upon all of the evidence, they make a determination as to whether or not the business can operate appropriately within the state guidelines. And if they do, even if they're within 600 feet, they will issue them a license.
Which store was Smart and Final considering modifying?
My understanding is that they were interested in the location at Century and Crenshaw, but I can't speak very specifically to that. Crenshaw and Crenshaw and Century. That's correct.
Okay, I do not know of any type of daycare facility near there, but I do know of the Smart and Final on Centinela that is across the street from a nursery school. Ms. Tatum.
Yes, sir.
Here's my next question for you. You know, there is no sales tax on food.
That's correct.
Alcohol, does it qualify as food?
I do not.
In reference to sales tax?
I don't know for sure, but I do not believe that it does.
Madam City Treasurer, does alcohol qualify as food? Is that a taxable or a non-taxable?
Alcohol is taxed.
Yes, tax.
Alcohol is taxed? What would our sales tax, what would we be gaining? How much of what would we be gaining, colleagues? This is my point, is that this came before the Planning Commission. Correct, Ms. Tatum?
The zoning code amendment came before the planning commission.
And it states here, it says the Planning Commission, the Planning Division received an inquiry from a national bulk grocer, as you've identified now, Smart and Final, that is located in the city regarding the potential for selling distilled spirits from their location relative to Inglewood Municipal Code regulations regarding the proximity of a school or youth facility. After reviewing the relevant IMC and state regulations regarding this matter, staff determined that this code provision required further analysis and the potential revisions might be appropriate. So the Planning Commission felt this. Then it states in discussion, in making its determination on the proposed code amendments, the Planning Commission found that the amendments fostered healthy economic conditions within the community by providing business opportunities. Fostered healthy economic conditions within the community by providing business opportunities. Ms. Tatum, when the Planning Commission makes these determinations and they come to the staff participate in this? Are you giving them any type of insight? Are you providing them with any type of direction, or are they just doing this on their own?
We provide a staff report that looks at the issues, but they are required by law to make appropriate findings based to support whatever decision they make.
You know, I hear residents constantly saying that Inglewood is definitely going in they believe it's going in the wrong direction with issues such as this. People who came to this podium, they feel that it's not something that should be even considered here in the city. I happen to agree with them. I'm trying to understand. You know, I was born here, raised here in Inglewood. I've seen the decline. When items such as this come before this council, it's gone first before the Planning Commission. Do you have any type of opinion in reference to an item such as this? Do you support such an item such as this?
My opinion is essentially the opinion of the Planning Commission. Once the Planning Commission acts on an item,
No,
then
prior to them acting on it.
no, staff, as our job is to essentially do the analysis and present all of the facts to the Planning Commission for them to make a determination. Staff does not make a recommendation to the Planning Commission.
So the Planning Commission makes these determinations totally on their own.
That's correct. They make the
support.
determination and they make the required findings based,
Support
because
more
state law
liquor
requires it.
stores,
Time.
more. We're at time. Any other?
Thank you, Ms. Tatum.
Councilman Franklin?
I think my
Councilman
Councilmember Dunlap.
I'm sorry. Councilman Dunlap.
Yes, Ms. Tatum. It says on line 17 on page 1 of the resolution that our regulations for off-site sale of alcohol conflict with state regulations. What specifically conflicts?
The currently our code prohibits them from being a distilled spirit sales from being considered if it's within 600 feet of a
Well,
youth
it says
facility.
conflicts, which means.
Which means.
But in this particular case, we can have a different regulation.
Under the current code, you could not even have an applicant come
No, I
forward and
understand that,
request
but
an SUP.
sometimes when things conflict with state law takes precedence. But in this case, we can have more restrictive requirements.
That's correct, yes.
Oh,
Yes,
so
you
I
can.
actually think to say here that it conflicts is not a good idea, because it would make one reading this believe that we have to fix it because it's like a problem.
You're correct.
So I'm sharing with you that
Yes.
that language makes it seem like there's something wrong with it, conflicts. So I just want to clear that up. Thank you.
Yes, good point. You're correct.
Councilman Franklin. Oh, Councilman Rowell.
I just wanted to briefly state, that, I just don't see how this particular ordinance would improve kind of both the quality of life or improve the business opportunity. So I won't be supporting it, but thank you for bringing it forward.
Councilman Franklin.
Thank you, Mayor. Bad idea. Totally bad idea. There's enough liquor access in this city that you can walk to it, let alone use public transit or your own personal vehicle to get to it. And to identify that a Smart and Final, who currently has a beer and wine license and now wants to have distilled spirits, bad idea. Across the street from, and I heard Crenshaw and Century, Food for Less, grocery store, right there, can easily accommodate. The other Smart and Final that I'm aware of off of Beach and Centinela, 2 Ralphs in each direction that has the availability of it. Just a bad idea. The other thing is that we do not want to infringe upon our youth to be exposed to anyone purchasing or the ailment of selling alcoholic beverages that may come into the hands of minors. And we don't need this. We don't need the public violence increase. You talk about crime statistics. It's just not a need. The oversaturation is beyond oversaturation. And I understand that we have a national bulk grocer. But I want to reflect just a little bit, because it was a few years ago that we had Target here. And Target wanted beer and wine license. And we said, why is the need when the grocery store is in the same shopping center? And it said, simply because this is our new trend. I said, well, trend not here. You can go to the beach, but not here in Inglewood. This is another example that we have to draw a line in the sand. And I support my colleagues that the concern that staff had to generate all this time and energy and have public hearings before the Planning Commission and then bring it to the council. There should be some way to at least vet this thing before all this energy is being spent, when we have another quality developers that want to come into this city that will bring in new revenue. So I don't support this. Thank you, Mayor.
You know, I'm sorry that your office had to spend this much time with this, because we need better access to quality after-school tutoring and daycare and assistance for parents, but we sure don't need more access to hard liquor. So we kind of wasted our time with this one, but I thank you, Ms. Tatum. So I don't think there's going to be a motion on this.
We just let it go?
Yeah.
How do you want us to act so it doesn't come back?
I want the council to act in whatever way
should move
they
to
deem
reject.
fit. To
Is that
I
your
move to
motion,
reject.
Councilman?
To deny.
I second that.
Move
I
to-
second.
So that's moved to reject this item?
Yes.
Okay, and the motion from, who gave, Ms. Dunlap? Thank you, and,
Second by Councilman Stevens.
okay, thank you very much. Councilman Stevens?
To reject? Aye.
Yes. Dunlap?
Aye.
Morales?
Aye.
Franklin?
Aye.
Mayor Buds?
Aye. PH2.
It's being continued to November 13th.
Okay. Consent calendar items 2 through 6. 7 was pulled.
So moved.
I'd like to pull item 5.
I'd like to pull item 3, and I have a question as to why item 7 was pulled, Mayor. Do you have any information on that?
I don't right now, so we'll get it later.
Could the city manager, did you pull it?
Item 7 was pulled because the council's already taken action on that when they approved the
I'm
contract.
sorry, I can't hear you.
Item 7 was approved because the council already took action to increase the rates when they approved the contract with Consolidated.
Okay. All right. So we have item 2. 3 was pulled. Did you say 3?
2, 4,
5? Pulling
6,
5?
2, 4, and 6.
Oh.
Second.
Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Stevens.
Aye.
Dunlap.
Aye.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Mayor Butts.
Aye.
Item number 3 is a staff report recommending approval of amendment number 2 to agreement number 1098 with Oric Harrington Sutcliffe for legal services related to Hollywood Park Community Facility District.
Move item 1 and 2.
Second.
Staff report.
Yeah.
You have report.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. This item before you is a request to amend amendment number 2 to the ORIC contract. This is for legal services to assist with the negotiations and reviewing a 3-party agreement with the city, the Hollywood Park land developers, and the LA County Flood Control District. And this amendment has also been reviewed with the developers, and they've agreed to reimburse the city through an advanced funding agreement.
All right. Any questions?
Yes. If it has to do with the Hollywood Park Community Facilities District, and Hollywood Park is on the market, it's being sold, does that have any effect on continuation of this Community Facilities District?
No, it does not.
And we're still going to be reimbursed?
Yes, we will. And I anticipate that the advanced funding agreement will probably come to the next council meeting.
All right, because I'm just going to say that again. I don't know if the general public knows that, but Hollywood Park is for sale. It's on the real estate market for sale.
So,
Councilman Stevens.
Yes, I'm still up. You through?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Koike, I just want some clarity here. In reference to the facilities district, the community facilities district, would you explain to the public just exactly how what that is in reference to the assessment?
The Community Facilities District? The Community Facilities District in reference to the community, can you hear me now? The Community Facilities District is a district that was formed through a Mello-Roos process. And when the time is appropriate, when there's a certain time when they've offered real estate for sale in that property, when it reaches a certain point, then they will probably do a Mello-Roos bond. And what that bond will do is that will help fund the construction development, the continuing construction and development of that.
But this is my point, is with this maintenance district, with the facilities maintenance district, there will be an assessment on that property, correct?
The assessments will be within the properties that are in that.
I understand that. But who manages that fund? Does the money come to the city of Inglewood, or does it stay with Hollywood Park at this time? Or rather, not Hollywood Park, but the entity that owns it. Hollywood Park Land Company.
There will likely be, it won't be the city and it won't be Hollywood Park. It'll probably be somebody like the special tax consultant who will be appointed to manage that.
No, that's not my question. The property is for sale now. That means that the Hollywood Park project with the 3,000 units development there, that's basically up for grabs at this point. It may never come to fruition. In fact, it probably will not come to fruition because the property is now up for sale. This council voted for this community facilities district, which would then also, and there was a lighting district assessment also attached to it, same as the residents have a lighting assessment on their property. Well, that revenue comes directly to the city. Now, under Mello-Roos, as you stated very clearly, the assessment is actually used for the financing. Am I correct or am I incorrect?
Yes, you're correct.
Oh, okay. Is actually used for the financing of the construction project itself. If you were to purchase a townhouse there or a condominium there, as in Playa Vista, you also have property taxes, you have assessments, but you also have this additional assessment for the payment of the bond. So here's my question. Since the property is going to be is scheduled to be sold, and we may not, and we are not going to have a project there of what we all had voted on, oh, not what we voted on, because I didn't vote for that, but my predecessors voted for it. That means that Mello-Roos actually will not come into play unless the new owner decides that they're going to develop it. And ordinarily, that assessment, any assessment, in most cases, comes directly to the city, correct? Our lighting assessment comes to the city of Inglewood, correct?
The lighting assessment will continue to come to the city.
I understand that, but what I'm saying in other assessments with the city of Inglewood, residents, I'm trying to break this up so people really understand here. We have approved a communities facilities district that is going to generate revenue, or rather a tax increment, and we, the city, are not going to be in control of it. They are going to be in control of it. Currently, Hollywood Park Land Company is in control of that. If they were to develop their property or their entity, whomever they wish to have manage that fund, it could be this consultant. It could be anything that they wish to establish. My point is that since the property is going to be sold, can we therefore rescind this community facilities district that we approved? Can we rescind that and simply start with a clean slate with a new owner of the property when that happens? Seeing as how the current owners are not going to build anything on that property. Can we do that?
I would suspect, and I'll let the city attorney correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe that that Hollywood Park would actually move forward with collecting assessments, or if in fact the property, I mean, if in fact they're not going to move forward with the property as planned.
Well,
I don't think it'll be your concerns are warranted, I believe, but I don't think that there's something that's going to come to fruition, because there won't be any money to manage if the project is not moved forward in this fashion by Hollywood Park.
That is correct, but if, that little word that means so much, if we end up with an entity that is there, let's say they develop they purchase the property, a new entity purchases the property, and part of the sales agreement is, oh, by the way, we have this community facilities district, and if you decide to build a project here, well, as long as it's approved by council, that there is incorporate. We've just surrendered something to them that we had no say in. We had a say in reference to the previous project, the previous owner. Now what we're doing, my question is, can we rescind this community facilities district, because now there isn't going to be a project there, which is why we issued this community facilities district. Even if a new owner comes in with a project that's similar, he may adopt the same project.
Councilman, we're at time.
Can we not simply rescind this community facilities district? That is my question, Mr. City Attorney.
First of all, the matter's not before us tonight. The matter's not before us tonight, but it's also speculative as to what's going to happen with the Hollywood Park development.
All right.
So is that an I don't know, or is that a maybe?
There's a motion and a second. Madam City Clerk.
Council members Stevens.
Abstain.
I'm sorry, Dunlap.
Aye.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Mayor Butts.
Aye. Okay.
Mayor, I have a question regarding item 7. I asked why it was pulled, and it was stated by the city manager it was pulled because this particular trash rate increase was included in the original contract. Well, typically in the past, when there's any rate increase in trash, even though the formula or the dates were included in the contract, it still came before this council at a public meeting.
It was been pulled. We're not discussing it.
No, but I'm asking that question. He stated the reason it was pulled, and I'm asking about the reason.
Okay. And Mr. City Attorney, do you have an opinion on whether it had to be voted on?
First, again, as you pointed out, it's not on the agenda. It was pulled because the way it was written was incorrect. So presumably staff will be bringing the item back in the correct format.
Oh, thank you very much. That's what I was asking. Thank you.
Okay. Where are we? Item 4?
5.
5, item 5.
Staff report recommending approval of agreement with Helen Lessig for public art consulting services.
Move approval.
Second.
Were there any questions?
Yes, I had a question.
Ms.
Ms.
Okay. Ms. Barnes?
Hi, Ms.
Hi,
Barnes.
good evening.
Our arts commissioners are doing a fine job.
Yes.
How much total revenue do we have right now in that special little account that we have?
Currently budgeted this year in the Public Art Fund, we have $249,376. The overall
What is that? What is that again? I couldn't hear you because of the mayor. Okay, I'm sorry.
Currently budgeted this year for public art, we have $249,376. The total fund balance has been at one point $606,849. Subtracting what we have allocated for this year, there's a balance of approximately $357,000 left in the fund.
I guess that would be another line item, just exactly what that was spent on. We quite a drop.
We started with $606,000 and some change.
Right.
This year we allocated in our fiscal year 12-13 budget $249,000 and some change. So still in the public art fund, unallocated and untouched, is the $357,000.
All right. I would like to ask Mr. City Manager, Mr. Fields, we had a discussion in reference to the fountains down in the front, reactivation of our fountains in the main entrance. You know, those used to have water cascading over the side, and that tile there was actually a laminate and wasn't originally there. It's actually a stone, similar to what you see throughout the building in certain areas. Did you present that before the art commissioners or to Ms. Barnes in reference to that possibly being one of their items?
At this point, the only item before you is to hire the consultant. The suggestion that you made that we use the money to refurbish our fountain in front of City Hall, based on my experience working in other cities, we've used art funds to refurbish water fountains, and that we could demonstrate that they were somehow being they were a public art element to the water fountain. A water fountain simply in the past, in my experience, have not justified using public art funds, but if in fact there's an art element to it, you can do that, and I think that decision would be up to the Arts Commission.
Okay. Well, Ms. Barnes, you oversee you work with the Arts Commission, correct?
Yes.
I would like to make this suggestion, which is that we remove that laminate of tile that's there. It's just a sheet. We remove that, and what I would like to present before the Art Commission is that we come up with some type of mural design, something that is cosmopolitan, that covers all ethnic boundaries for the city of Inglewood. It could be something totally related. Some type of mural drawing that the art commissioners would agree with, and then what we could be able to do then is reactivate our fountains, because of course we have the mural on the actual wall of the fountain. So then it's all incorporated. We reactivate that fountain, and it can be done with tile. It doesn't necessarily paint. It can be done with tile. It can be done with a number of different materials. The point is that we need to reactivate these fountains that once added some type of vibrance to this downtown civic center. We had 3. 2 were out here on the courtyard behind the police station. we had the main one downstairs as you come through. And it added a sort of ambience, a cooling effect, especially in the summer. All that has been lost since they were turned off. Now, they were turned off because of a water shortage back about 10, 12, 14 years ago. It wasn't that they actually malfunctioned. It was simply that there was a water shortage, state of California, off with the faucets. But it wasn't only here, it was other places. Norwalk has just built a new fountain. In Norwalk, a number of different cities I've traveled through have fountains now. So they're making a comeback, and of course our fountain is recirculating. So, Ms. Barnes, I would like for you to present to our commission that perhaps with the help of this consultant, could we do that with could we incorporate that with the consultant?
Absolutely. This is something that we would be able to discuss and see how we may be able to fit this, if it's an eligible art expense, if it could be funded by the project, and so that it fits.
So now, Mr. City Manager, I discussed this with you in detail in your office. What do I need to do here now? Do I need to present a motion for my colleagues, or can Ms. Barnes just simply, or can you just simply direct Ms. Barnes? What is proper protocol? What should happen here now?
Well, I think the proper protocol, you've selected an arts commission to identify art projects, and I think by you speaking publicly in this manner, suggesting and recommending to staff that the arts commission consider this as one of their items, let's move forward in that regard. Let the commission do their work, review your recommendation, and come back to council with a recommendation with the help of the consultant. So your recommendation is duly noted, and we will take that to the commission.
Very good. Very good. Thank you.
Madam City Clerk.
Council members Stevens.
Aye.
Dunlap.
Aye.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Mayor Butts.
Aye. Finish the consent.
DR1. Staff report recommending sales price be established for each of the 4 Neighborhood Stabilization Program homes and authorize the mayor to execute an exclusive right to sell agreement with the city's 2 real estate brokers for each of the 4 homes.
Move approval of a comment, Mayor.
Second.
Councilman Franklin.
Yes, Ms. Thickman, if you just share with the community and this council with reference to the funding that was used to purchase the properties, and then whether or not the city will in fact be able to recover our funds.
Yes, the properties were acquired using grant funds under the Housing and Economic Recovery Act of 2008 from HUD through the State Department of Housing and Community Development. The city received grant funds to acquire the homes for the purpose of rehabilitating them and making them available for sale. These were previously foreclosed and abandoned homes, 3 in the city of Inglewood and 1 in the city of Hawthorne. Subsequent to the sale of the homes, the city has put in some funds from the general fund for the rehabilitation and some other costs, utility maintenance, etc. Upon the sale of the homes and close of escrow, any funds that the city has expended will be returned to the city, and any net proceeds can be used to revolve and do the same thing, or to apply to the state for a first-time home buyer program.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, Madam City Clerk.
Mayor, if I may, I think for your, I believe, I'm not sure if the council has seen all of the homes, but for your consideration of the public, I think we have some before and after pictures that I think you might be interested in seeing, so that you can see the houses.
Go ahead.
And we'll make this brief. Serving as the lead agency for the grant, the city purchased the 4 homes, as we mentioned, 3 in the city of Inglewood and 1 in the city of Hawthorne. Over the past 18 months, the mayor and council members have approved the Housing Rehabilitation Standards Guidelines, the First-Time Home Buyer Guidelines, and a cooperation agreement with the former redevelopment agency for the rehabilitation of the homes, which of course had fallen through since redevelopment agencies were abolished in December 2011. In May 2012, the mayor and council members approved a construction management agreement with Access Community Housing, Inc., a local nonprofit housing management company located in our neighboring city of El Segundo, to oversee the rehabilitation of the 4 homes. Access prepared bid specifications for the rehabilitation and conducted the bid process and selected the general contractors, one of which was an Inglewood contractor, DAK Management. Access also managed the building inspection and permit process, the lead and asbestos mitigation on the homes located on 111th Street and Inglewood Avenue, and ensured that all major construction activities were completed by the contract deadline of September 30th and on budget. After a brief presentation to show a sample of some of the work that was done, we'd like to indicate this home at 8708 Edmonton Place, which is located in Carlton Square. All of the homes, by the way, are 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, and in a couple of cases, 2.5 baths. In this particular home, there was some major water damage, as you can see in one of the bathrooms, that needed repair. Excuse me. So that was completely done. Just to give you a brief overview of the living room, all of the homes were completely painted. Any damaged areas were repaired for water. In some cases, we had to have electrical systems repaired and plumbing. The next home at 926 South Inglewood Avenue, located in Inglewood, had required a complete replacement of the driveway. That particular property has a shared driveway with the home next door, which is located 928 South Inglewood Avenue. As you can see, the driveway was completed to the satisfaction of both the city and city building inspectors, as well as the homeowner. As you can see, when they put that in, right in the center towards the bottom of the photo is a drainage. As the property slopes back towards the end of the property, towards the end of the driveway, the contractor put in a drainage pipe that will be able to drain any excess water from rainwater out into the street. So it'll go through, and there will not be a collection on either property to damage the backyard of either of the properties. This shows some of the hallway water damage that completely required a re-roofing of this property, as well as you can afford internal work. And as a result, there was some mold that had to be mitigated in this particular property. You can see the hallway after the rehabilitation work was completely repaired. All the drywall was removed and replaced. The floors were redone and was completely painted. And that again is at Inglewood Avenue. Third property at 2314 West 111th Street. Seeing this property before, when the city acquired that property, afterwards you can see that the weeds and debris were removed from the front. The property was completely renovated. This property, which did require the most rehabilitation, was gutted to the rafters internally. There were some windows that need replacing. Some of the windows in the front are brand new. I would like to note that the city is currently working to obtain a landscaping contract to be able to complete the landscaping on both the properties on Inglewood Avenue, as well as the front and back of the property at 111th Street and the backyard property in Edmonton. The front yard and the Edmonton property in Carlton Square is maintained as a part of the Homeowners Association in Carlton Square. And finally, you can see where the kitchen in the property at 111th Street required complete redoing. There were roofing issues that had water damage. The cabinets were in disrepair. That's give you an opportunity to look at the kitchen issues in that particular property. Afterwards, we were able to completely redo. This home was redone, as I mentioned earlier, completely down to the rafters so that it is a livable home and adds to the neighborhood in that area. The property on Lamoley Way, which is located in Hawthorne, the reason the city did acquire the property in Hawthorne is the city served as the lead agency on the grant in collaboration with the city of Hawthorne. So in keeping with the city's agreement with the city of Hawthorne and the state of California, we acquired a 3-story, 3-bedroom, 2.5-bath townhome in Hawthorne. This gives you an idea of the kitchen. This particular property required the least amount of rehabilitation. There was painting throughout, major cleaning, and some of the fixtures had to be repaired, but not to the extent of some of the other homes. That also gives you an idea of the living room in this property. When you enter into the first story of the property, it is the garage and the entryway and the laundry area. The second story includes the living room, the dining room, the kitchen, a kitchenette area, and a bathroom on a half a bath on the second story. And going to the third story there are the 3 bedrooms, the master bathroom, and 2 other family bedrooms, and 2 bathrooms upstairs, the master bath and a major bath. The homes were purchased with grant funds. As I mentioned, to date, the city has expended approximately $253,000 in general funds on the project, which will be returned to the city upon sale of the homes. Depending upon the sales prices that the City Council establishes tonight, the city can expect gross proceeds estimated at $1.1 million. After refunding all costs borne by the city at the close of escrow that are associated with the rehabilitation, the sale of the properties, and any maintenance, for example, homeowner association fees for the property in Carlton Square and the townhouse on Lamoli, which is in the Palm Crest Homeowners Association, the city can estimate revenue gain of approximately $800,000. Regulations do require that the maximum sale price the city can set for each home cannot exceed the cost of acquisition plus the cost of rehabilitation. However, the market trends indicate that the housing values and sales market in Inglewood has decreased by as much as 8% since the properties were acquired in December 2010. Therefore, it is recommended that the mayor and council members consider establishing the prices as the highest prices listed in either the appraisal or the broker's price opinion for each house that is attached to your staff report as Exhibit A. Finally, it's important to note that the City of Inglewood has become an innovator in the South Bay, being the only city taking advantage of the Neighborhood Stabilization Program. In doing so, although there have been numerous challenges that have been overcome, the mayor and council members can take pride in becoming leaders in making homeownership dreams come true for 4 families. In addition to that, being able to show the renovation of homes that were previously abandoned in our community so that we can make homeowners and residents in the city of Inglewood and continue to do so. Thank you. That concludes my report.
Mr. Mayor, comment?
Sir, Councilman Stevens.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Thigpen.
Yes.
Thank you for your presentation. I just have an issue here. You know, tonight we was brought to our attention Ms. Mary McDaniels. She lives at 2916 West 84th Street. She stated that her heater hasn't worked for she's using electrical heaters. My question is that we received $1,470,000 in a grant. Is that correct to purchase?
That's correct.
Now, Ms. Thigpen, and I know that you know how these grant programs work, and that's why I'm asking you this sincerely. Since I've taken this position for about 1.5 years now, I have come across so many people, senior citizens who help find jobs, but only to find as a downturn of the economy, their pensions now are not delivering what they thought they were going to deliver. They now find themselves basically having to really watch their pennies. And something such as a replacement heater, floor furnace, or central heating system simply is out of their budget range at this point in time. If their 401ks have continued to generate revenue for them, they'd be in good shape, right? But unfortunately, downturn. My point is there any way in the future for us to utilize this program rather than working with just finding dilapidated homes to spread it out?
Just a real point of order. Mr. City Attorney, would this fall into an unagendized discussion since it's a discussion about use of funds that we didn't let the public know we'd be discussing?
Mr. Mayor, I guess he's presumably just asking a question. Obviously, it's not leading to actually the development of something that's on the agenda, but I just consider it a question he's trying to ask.
Okay, please. Did you answer the question?
Yes.
Well, I haven't finished yet. See, Ms. Thigpen, see, this is not that it is because of you, but see, the reputation of Inglewood is that in the past, when we received $1,470,000, it's always only notified to the Friends of Friends Club. You follow me? if you're in on the know, then you know where the grant money is, not as a result of you, but because of others. And so my only question to you in asking that question is that in this situation, we have a State of California Department of Housing and Community Development housing grant here for $1,470,000 to purchase, rehabilitate, resell, foreclose, and abandon single-family residential properties in each city. That's how much was issued. For our city, how much of that is still available for us to do what we were talking about just earlier for the lady, for Miss Mary McDaniels and other people like her who, Oh, McAdams. For people such as hers, for other people that I've met, Bertha Jordan, who need their driveways replaced because of the adobe soil shifting. Can we incorporate this money next time into helping the Inglewood resident, or is this just something that is just going to be always used for rehabilitation of foreclosed homes?
By this is federal regulations, those homes are specifically earmarked for the acquisition of abandoned, foreclosed homes and or creating first-time home buyers. So you cannot use them for any other purpose.
Okay, so for first-time home buyers, so if a person was to be purchasing a new home for the first time, then you could obtain money to rehabilitate it, correct?
With this program specifically, if the council wanted to turn this funds into a first-time home buyer, they would have to reapply to the state to amend their agreement, and the first-time home buyer program, it would be under whatever the regulations are regarding that
That's
for
pretty simple to
foreclosed
do.
abandoned
Just be a
homes.
simple amending of the grant. Okay, all right, I understand that. But now, what type of program do we have for residents who are not first-time home buyers but are existing home buyers? What do we have for them who are senior citizens and fit within the income guidelines? What type of grants do we have available for them?
The existing homeowners, we're bringing back the homeowner rehab program, for which one of the council members the council had directed staff to make that the loan program, and staff is working on those procedures to bring back to council probably in November so that you can approve them. That would be available, and those are home funds.
Now, that's the program that's going to be working in conjunction with our residential sound insulation program with code violations, correct?
$500,000 are set aside for that, but $2 million are set aside for homeowners for the.
So
for the
then what would
rehab.
happen is that homeowners such as Mary, she would just simply be able to come to your office and she would be able to fill out an application. She would be able to receive a grant. But you mentioned that we voted to have it as a loan?
That's correct.
Have it as a loan? But this is a grant.
This is a grant the city received. It came from HUD through the state. It was a formula grant that we qualified for, for this particular program. Home funds, a totally different source, directly from HUD to the city. When we brought the program in about a year ago for the initial draft for the program, the council directed staff to bring back the homeowner rehab deferred loan program.
Deferred loan program.
Correct.
What time, sir?
And what that means is that the loan is not paid or doable until the home sells. Is that correct?
Correct.
So,
Yeah, but my point is that it came in the form of a grant, correct? Initially, the money there.
It came from HUD in the form of a grant
Right,
that
and
would be a
and
loan.
that's my point, is
but
that
it has nothing
since
to do
it
with
came
this.
to us as a grant doesn't have to be repaid. So why would we make it where a homeowner, it came to us as a grant, why would we make it where they have to then repay the loan?
Councilman
It should be
Stevens.
the same as what we're doing with the developers.
Councilman Stevens.
Simply allow them
Councilman
to
Stevens, we're-
benefit the same as they do,
Councilman
by not
Stevens.
having to pay it back.
Councilman Stevens.
It's time, is that really, it's really,
Way past time, sir.
really, I'd like to know where we really gotta go
Okay.
to get out of here.
All right, thank you.
I mean, what is so pressing?
Madam City Clerk,
Well, actually, I have a question.
Councilwoman Dunlap.
Yeah, actually, some comments with regard to these homes, which I took a special interest in. For one thing, it appears by looking at the appraised value today and what we paid for them, as I stated before, it appeared as if we paid too much money for them at the time. But also, I appreciate the fact that staff did eventually got the shared driveway done on the property on Inglewood Avenue. But when I first toured that property, it was not going to be done. And the contractor who'd been hired to do the work said he was specifically told, no, they could not do that driveway. And I think if you saw it up here, or it was horrible, and eventually, I know I spoke to it, I said, who'd want to buy this house with this driveway that was broken into 10,000 pieces? And eventually, I don't know how the money was come up with, but they did, and they fixed it as it should have been. I'm also glad that we're going to be doing the front and rear landscaping, which we were not going to be doing, because once again, I asked contractors, and they said no. They were told there was no money for that. But I think there was enough concerns expressed that got changed. I'm glad for that. But I'm not real happy with the manager that the city engaged to oversee these projects, because after all, it was the managers who said we didn't need to replace the driveway. It was the managers who said we did not need to do the landscaping front and rear. And by the way, I do expect them to be putting in sprinkler systems. I mean, they should be making them as they should be. But also, when I was looking at the homes, I was looking at the kitchens, and I was thinking to myself that the contractor had really not done as nice a work as I would have liked to have seen, because the kitchen cabinets had just been painted, like painted white. And I didn't think they did a very good job. I wasn't going to say anything. And then I decided to speak to it. And I said, don't you think you should have sanded these cupboards before you painted them? And he said that he was specifically directed not to sand them by by the manager who we hired to give him directions. I was really stunned by that. He said, I'm embarrassed by this myself, because I would always sand before I paint cupboards. And he said, I was told not to do it, and if I did do it, I wouldn't be paid for it. So I have great concern about who we hired, Ms. Thigpen, so let's evaluate that when we do this again. And also with regard to the homes, the purpose of this is once these homes are sold, the money will go back to purchase other properties. I would hope that we do a better job, meaning there's no reason for us to have paid a couple percentage points, 1 or 2% below the appraised value for an abandoned bank-owned property. Abandoned bank-owned properties can be purchased for 30–40% under the appraised value. We all know that. In the market at the time we purchased these, it's the same as it is today. So we need to do a little more research so we can get more of the properties and to rehabilitate them. Personally, I don't have a problem in us buying a property that's in such bad shape as some of these were. You saw the water damage and deterioration. I think that is a positive role that we can fulfill in the neighborhood, because we can make that a livable, nice home. We can go and spend the money to fix that home, which improves the neighborhood, whereas a speculator might not do that. So we can do that because we don't really have to make a profit. But I'm saying that if we'd have bought the homes at a better price, we could have put more in them to beautify the neighborhood. It's a very good program. I'm hoping we can do better next time, but I'm sure the before buyers will be very happy. But once again, since part of this agenda item has to do with the real estate people, I'd like to know what commissions are going to be paid, because that's what it says here. It has to do with them being paid. What's the real estate commission?
The broker's commission, per the agreement that the council approved, is 3% on each home, and if they serve as also the seller broker, it's a maximum of 6%.
Okay, well, that would be impossible, because we have found all the buyers, meaning they fill out paperwork with the city of Inglewood. They fill out the paperwork. If you've seen it, any of you have gone online, you've seen all the advertisements regarding these 4 homes. They have to take a particular course. They have to get a bank, some approved loan, and so forth. So one would think that, I think many of you know the real estate business. Real estate agents have to work hard to get listings for properties. They have to look for buyers. So I think the fact that they are eligible for 3% would be plenty, because it is money coming right out off the top of this. So, and the more money that the city gets back, the more money to buy more homes, to provide more first-time home buyer opportunities. Also, I think Ms. Thigpen mentioned that there's a silent second available, which is actually the biggest benefit to the new home buyer, and that is, I think it's up to $150,000. So that actually comes right off the price, whatever the price is we're selling them at. $150,000. So if we have it listed here at $300,000 as a selling price, for instance, and they get a $150,000 silent second, that means they're only required to come up with the other $150,000 loan. The silent second is just that, no interest accrues. It's just on the property until they sell it. So it's a wonderful benefit for someone in this market. So those of you with children out there, adult children, have them apply. It's not too late. I think they're going to do a drawing. That's what I was told. There have been so many people apply and qualify. I heard that there was going to be a drawing. Is that true, Ms. Thigpen?
Yes.
Yes. So it's not too late. Thank you.
Mayor,
Councilman Rouse.
if my understanding was you had to at least qualify for 200,000 in order to get the $150,000 second. Isn't that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay, so it wasn't. You have to. That's part of the qualification process.
Yes.
Okay, and then how? Just for the public's benefit, how long does the actual low-income kind of price stay down before the new owners can actually sell the property?
It's for the life of the mortgage, their first trust deed, and if they do sell the property, then of course they have to pay that money back to the city.
Yeah, but in order to, well, okay, that answers the question. Thank you very much.
Quick question. How did we end up purchasing it? Those look like pretty distressed properties. Who set the purchase price at just 1 or 2% below the market? How did we come to do that?
Okay, the federal regulations did require that the properties be purchased at least 1% below discount. Staff researched approximately 30 to 37 properties in Inglewood that were becoming available for sale, that they were foreclosed and foreclosed and abandoned properties at the federal government's definition. By the time we get back to the council, in order for the council to make a decision on whether or not we're going to enter into a sales contract, homes were being snapped up, as Ms. Dunlap indicated, by speculators and investors. The staff ended up working directly with the Federal Mortgage, Fannie Mae, Federal Mortgage Association, who was willing to work under that program. Now, granted, they may have been a little higher than someone might say, but the homes were appraised. It wasn't 1% below, and we did the best we can with what we had.
I understand, but the question I'm asking, does this more reflect the time that we purchased those when real estate values were higher, perhaps?
Yes. They actually were higher, believe it or not. Even though it was a depressing market, it was 8% higher than it is today.
Okay, well, I'd move that we go with the broker's price opinion, since they're the ones that have to sell them. A comment?
No, second.
I'd like to make a recommendation, if I may, Mayor. If you look at the cost spreadsheet, in some cases, the after rehab appraisal is little higher than the broker's price opinion. What I would recommend is that, for example, for the Lamoli property, that the city consider $250,000. For the Edmonton property, the city consider $350,000. For the Inglewood Avenue property, $270,000. And for the 111th Street, $325,900.
Well, I'll withdraw my motion, and it'll reflect the highest price between the after rehabilitation appraisal
Or
and the broker's opinion.
as recommended by staff. I didn't write them down, but whatever they recommended is fine.
It's actually the highest price between the after rehabilitation appraisal.
But not for all of them, just for.
No, actually, her prices were not.
They were all over the place. For instance,
Right.
The Edmonton place, actually, we're going to keep the broker price, right?
Right, she can just get the information.
hold on, let's just go over it again. Okay,
All
so
right.
on Lamoli,
$250,000.
that's okay.
For Edmonton, $350,000.
$350 for Edmonton.
For Inglewood Avenue, $270,000. And for 111th Street, $325,900.
All right.
Quick question, Miss. Why did we go down on the Edmonton place from the broker price opinion?
It's in between, because it's in between, it's reasonable in between the $340,000 and $355,000, number one. Number two, we're requiring that the potential buyer have a first trust deed mortgage qualification for $200,000. The city's providing up to $150,000. So that took us to the $350,000.
All right, you have all that, Ms.
Yes,
Horton?
yes, thank
I'll
you.
move it. I moved it.
Sorry, you already seconded.
I thought you pulled the second. I pulled it and moved it again.
So, You're moving, and who's seconding?
He moved in, he seconded.
City Clerk.
Okay. Councilmember Stevens.
Aye.
Dunlap.
Aye.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Mayor Buds.
Aye. 01.
Staff report recommending adoption of an ordinance number 1221 approving zoning code amendment number 2012-02 to establish regulations for ambulance dispatch service in the C1 zone subject to special use permit approval.
Motion to waive further reading.
Second.
Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Stevens.
I have a comment. I have a question. Oh, excuse me. Aye.
Dunlap.
Aye.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Mayor Buds.
Aye.
I move adoption.
Second.
You have a question, Councilman Stevens?
Councilmember
Yes, I was
Stevens.
hoping I could ask my question. It may sway you from further motion to move, but nevertheless. So, hi, Ms. Tatum, how are you? Okay. Ms. Tatum, on street access, on page 5 of 6, it states that this condition would require a facility to be located such that ambulances depart from the site via major arterial, minor arterial, or a collector street that contains at least two lane widths in both directions of travel. Now, McCormick is located on Hillcrest, just behind Bruno's Hamburgers there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. By the way, were you able to obtain pictures of that? I had requested it last.
No.
No.
No. This action is not specific to the McCormick, because the ordinance, if City Council adopts it, would require them to come before the Planning Commission and go through an SUP process. This ordinance, if the council approves it, would just establish that that is a permitted use in the C1 zone.
Okay. All right, and that's my point. So now, they will need to have, since they're already operating from that location as an ambulance, are they grandfathered in as an ambulance company?
They are not grandfathered in. They are not a legally permitted use.
I beg your pardon?
They are not grandfathered. They are not a legally permitted use.
So they are not a legally permitted use at this time?
That's correct.
So now, with this street access provision here that's been added here, that states that a collector street that contains at least two lane widths in both directions of travel. Two lane widths in both directions of travel. Now, am I interpreting that correctly to mean two lanes? Let's
In
say
each direction.
I beg your pardon?
In each direction.
In each direction. So now Hillcrest, they're at Bruno's, at Hillcrest and Manchester Boulevard, that's only one lane, correct? At their exit. Even though about 25 feet down, it converts into two lanes. It's directly opposite of that. So this law would pertain to, this ordinance would apply to the exit of their driveway at that point, correct? Not 100 feet down, 100 yards down, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, the divider there that we have there, the grass medium that's in the middle there, that serves as a separation from the ambulance being able to go directly across, even if it was to be considered. That presents another obstacle, because we do not have here that, what you say here, you say in the C1 zone, some of the streets that would fall into this classification would include La Brea Avenue, Florence Avenue, and portions of Hillcrest Boulevard. Is this one of those portions?
I do not know. We've not examined that specific site for compliance with this provision.
Well, what portion of Hillcrest Boulevard then are we referring to?
I did not examine that. Apparently, there is a section of Hillcrest that is two lanes in each direction, but not necessarily that one that you're speaking to. And I don't know the specific location.
Okay. you don't know the specific location?
I don't know the location where it is 2 lanes, but I do know that there is some segment of Hillcrest that is 2 lanes in each direction.
Okay, so my point is that my question for you is this. McCormick, right now currently, are they operating legally from that side?
They are not operating
They are not.
legally.
So now when they would apply for their special use permit, would they be able to apply for it, would they be, under these rules, they would not be granted a special use permit, correct? Because the exit number 1, you do not have 2 lanes traveling in both directions, correct? At that site location.
Under this specific criteria, they would not apply, or they would not be able to comply.
Now, what loophole is there that they're counting on, that they are telling you that will allow them to operate for? Because they're coming here and they're advocating for this.
They aren't telling us anything. We've not reviewed their proposal. They've not submitted an application, so we've not examined their particular site for compliance with this particular provision. When this ordinance was considered, it was considered generally for broad application to any applicant, not specifically to McCormick's.
Okay. All right then. Thank you, Ms. Tatum.
Councilwoman Dunlap, did you? I couldn't tell. Madam City Clerk.
Council members Stevens.
Aye.
Dunlap.
Aye.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Mayor Buds.
Aye. CM1. A1.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. CS1 was pulled. There was a closed session held as to CS2, closed session, confidential, attorney-client privilege, pending litigation under Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection A, Sneed versus City of Inglewood. Request a motion to authorize a settlement in this matter.
So moved.
Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Stevens. Abstain. Thank you. Dunlap.
Abstain.
Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Mayor Buds.
Aye.
There was a closed session held as to CS3, closed session, confidential, attorney-client privilege, potential litigation under Government Code Section 54956.9B1, claim of Gonzalez, Saggio, and Harlan. Request a motion to authorize payment of claims.
So moved.
Second.
Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Stevens. Dunlap.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
I'm sorry. Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
And aye.
Mayor Buds.
Aye.
There was a closed session held as to CS4, closed session, confidential, attorney-client privilege, potential litigation under Government Code Section 54956.9B1, claim of Manning and Cass et al. Motion to authorize payment of claims.
So moved.
Second.
Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Stevens. Dunlap.
Aye.
Franklin. I'm sorry. Morales.
Aye.
Franklin.
Aye.
Mayor Buds.
Aye.
There was a closed session held as to CSA1, closed session, confidential, attorney-client privilege, potential litigation under Government Code Section 54956.9B1, implementation of the disposition and development agreement for the property located at 335 South Glasgow Avenue, Inglewood, California. Discussions were held, however, no final action was taken. And that concludes the reports out of closed session for this evening. And there are no verbal reports, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. CC1, Madam City Clerk.
Thank you. I just wanted to remind people that next Tuesday we will not have a council meeting because we are all going to vote, I hope. I'm encouraging everyone to get out to vote. It's very important. It's not something that you just want to do. It should be something that you must do. And so I'm asking everybody to get out and vote on November the 6th. Also, on November 13th, we will be calling for an election. That will be taking place in April of 2013, and we're going to need some poll workers. So if you're interested in that, we would be glad to have you. And the number where you can reach us is at 310-412-5280. So we'd like to have that. Also, tomorrow's Halloween, and I don't know who celebrates and who doesn't, but we have candy for you. So if you want to come by and take care of that sweet tooth, we'll be more than happy to share some good candy with you. Thank you. That's the end of my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk.
If I may make a comment, Mayor. Madam City Clerk, I know you're always encouraged, rightfully so and thankfully so, to vote and absentee ballots, but the absentee ballot application date is passed.
Oh, yeah.
But actually, if people were going to be out of town or didn't ask for an absentee, they can drive to Norwalk and vote. They actually have a very large voting set up at the County Register of Voters office. And actually, for the next national election, I think there may be a recommendation through the county to have early voting at all city clerk's offices, so possibly, but the point is to allow more early voting at a poll place as opposed to, in addition to, of course, absentees. So it's just a thought for anyone who wanted to go to Norwalk. So thank you very much.
Madam City Treasurer.
Thank you, Mayor. Just like to give just a brief report regarding some of our finances. And for the month of October, the bills that we paid for the city was roughly about $11.6 million. The net payroll was roughly about $2.5 million, and the total for the month was about $14 million. And also with regards to interest rates, they continue to be quite low. Even with the state of California pool is only about 0.36. That's the daily rate, and the quarterly rate is not much better. It's also 0.36. And the one-year bond is very low at 0.3. The two-year bond is at 0.32. And these are called continuously, meaning that they are called every single month. And the bond is at roughly 0.55. And the four-year bond is not much better. The highest is 0.64, and some of these have to be bought at a premium, meaning that you have to pay more than the par value. And the highest rate is 1%. Five-year bond is still quite low. The highest is at a 2%, but again, there's a rather high premium to pay. So that's a bond I would never buy. And the lowest rate is at 1%. And some of the, I guess the big ticket items that we did pay for the month of October was West Basin Municipal Water District, $815.9 thousand for water, and USA Waste of California, $774,000, and Consolidated Disposal for our trash pickup, $753,000. And I would also like to point out we did have just 3 banks that did fail over the weekend. And that brings our total of 46 banks that have failed thus far this year, bringing the total to 463 banks since 2007 through 2012. And the total assets of these failed banks is roughly about $692 billion. And the loss to the FDIC has been $84.8 billion again, and the unpaid funds have primarily are the smaller banks, and that's still at $11 billion. And also, I'd just like to say a special thanks again to the Assistant City Administrator, Michael Falco, who took over my City Treasurer class when I was out for a conference, and he gave him a great tour of the ITC department, 911 department, and a special treat to the police canine section, where they gave a real nice demonstration of the canine unit, and also that's on YouTube now. It's been was being presented on YouTube. And also our 4th week, which will be next week, is really about 12 students in the City Treasurer Student Intern Program. And we'll be doing a field trip at 1061 Studios, where they'll learn about the multi-media entertainment, such as sound recording and editing and that sort of thing. So that's going to be done next week. And a special thanks also to Betty Griffin, who also gave a wonderful demonstration and presentation of sound installation department, where the students learned where the money came from, the source, which is FAA and LAWA, and also some of the parts of the homes that do get sound installations, like new windows, doors, and chimneys, fireplaces, and some homes that qualify central air and central heat. And there was a very good comprehensive video that explained that to the students, so that was a real treat. And also our 5th meeting will be on the 8th of November. I will be emailing all the council members to hopefully participate. Special thanks to the mayor who has participated in the program, and Councilman Morales who has participated, and I will be looking for your participation again. And of course, Councilman Franklin, who has really been a real favorite for the group. He's always provided wonderful treats. And also, hopefully, we'll be looking forward for those again, Councilman Franklin, and also Councilman Dunlap and Councilman Stevenson. Hopefully, you'll be able to participate in that November 8th meeting. And some of the departments that we have toured has been the Finance Department, City Clerk's Department, City Attorney's Department, and also the Library, Sound Installation, ITC, Police Department, the City Manager Department, as well as Parks and Recreation. So it's been an excellent program where the students are taught about city government and how their local representatives represent them. And it's a 5-week program, and I accept students from the ages 10 to 17. So I've been doing this now for nearly 8 years, and I've had a number of students that have graduated from the program. And we also brought in all the students. We let each one of them actually play the part of being the mayor and the council members. So it was rather interesting, some of their comments that they did make as they was actually serving as mayor and council members and city clerk and city treasurer. I think what was that?
What time is the November 8th?
We meet from 3:30 to 6 o'clock. So hopefully you will, will be available. That concludes my comments and my remarks.
Moving on to council initiatives. Be 5 minutes for presentation, 3 minutes for council comments. CI1.
Initiative by Councilman Stevens recommending renaming Crenshaw Drive to Endeavor Drive.
Madam City Clerk, this time I'm going to, it's now 10:57 and we have a number of residents who are going to be speaking in public comments. Since we had such a long break in between, what I'm going to do is I'm going to carry over these items, CI1 and CI2, which are my 2 initiatives, until our meeting of the 13th, is it?
Well, actually, could you...
Is it the 13th?
She can't unilaterally do that. Is that what you want to do? You want to table your items?
Yes, I'm going to table my item until the 13th, my 2 items.
Well, we'll table them and we'll pick an agenda, get with the city manager and we'll figure out an agenda that's going to work for him.
Well,
Okay.
my understanding is that I can submit an initiative at any council meeting. Am I not correct on
Yes,
that?
you can, but if there's room for it. You don't know. We tabled 2 items so that we could accommodate the interest in...
I don't know. What 2 items was it that we tabled, sir?
We pulled DR1, what was it? Right.
I mean, you pulled the trash item.
Well, anyway, I'm not going to argue with you, sir. What I'm saying
You
is
stated why
we'll pull it for now, and we'll put it on an agenda where we can accommodate it. Thank you. So those are pulled. Any persons wishing to address City Council on any matter connected with city business not elsewhere considered on the agenda may do so at this time.
Mr. Mayor, Council, my name is Joseph Texera, District 1. Last week I condemned this council for negligently or dishonestly saying that the Brown Act bans using audio tapes as a part of public comments, because it clearly doesn't. And remember, the pro tem, Mr. Morales, said a few weeks ago that this brand new ban on recordings was done specifically to keep me from playing police department recordings that proved dangerous IPD and city council misconduct. However, thankfully last week, council members Dunlap and Stevens said they supported the public using audio recordings during their comments. Correct me if I'm wrong. Councilman Stevens said, though, that the mayor was the chair, so nothing could be done about the ban. Now, I do give Dunlap and Stevens credit for recognizing that the council's lie that the Brown Act bans audio recordings will eventually be exposed, but now council members need to take the next step, because words of support without actions of support would appear insincere. Because it doesn't matter who the council chair is, it only matters whether or not what the council chair is saying and doing is true or legal or not. The Brown Act is not a legal document, it takes about an hour to read, and it doesn't even mention the playing of audio recordings. So there's no legal reason for banning the use of audio recordings. And 2 weeks ago, there was no legal reason for the sergeant of arms at that time to assault me trying to get a tape recorder out of my hands at this podium at the direction of Mayor Butts, just to keep the public from hearing audio recordings. Not in America. So if 2 or more council members think that those type of things are wrong, embarrassing, illegal, and un-American, then they can call for and second a vote to confirm the public's right to use spoken, written, graphic, electronic, or whatever means to give the most accurate and effective information of the council, just like what has been going on all this time up until about 3 weeks ago when I started playing tapes incriminating to IPD and the council. A vote would document in the official minutes which council members are and which are not negligently or deliberately misleading the public, again, violating civil rights and covering up police misconduct. It's really just that simple. If you're sincere about supporting the public's civil rights and the right to give the best possible evidence to a council on any issue. So I'm asking this council to do your due diligence, read the Brown Act and the Attorney General's Guide to the Brown Act, which I have just provided to you at my own expense, and then next week either lift this illegal and cowardly ban on audio recordings or call for a vote on the matter. Then, after the council does what's right, as I hope it does, you can still keep those tapes from being played by immediately showing the public and myself that you have taken serious, significant, and documented steps to fix the problems, the serious problems in IPD that are clearly shown on those tapes and which endanger Inglewood's residents and visitors. Then, I won't have to play the tapes. Thank you.
Yes, Austin. I have a few things I want to mention. First thing I want to mention as an activist and advocate, at Walmart's, I'm asking everyone, we bought them, banned them in Inglewood. We banned them for a reason, because they conduct slavery. They don't care what color you are, you're just a slave. I'm asking everyone to boycott Black Friday. I was sent several petitions. We need to boycott Black Friday on Walmart due to what they're doing to the employees. It's too much for me to explain to everyone, but we have to stop them some kind of way because it's not right to do a human being. When we talk about trafficking, they the number one. Now, while I'll say that, the liquor tax, I'm glad you killed that, because you only get 1% of the sale tax from the liquor, right? So it ain't even worth it. Also, I want to remind my councilwoman, we had a meeting, that you gave was Republic 90 days to correct their contract. I see why it was pulled, because one thing came to my understanding, 27% was union only, but we were told by one of the councilmen that it's supposed to be Teamsters. So I think that contract, we should relook that contract because it need to be revoked. You also stated in there that you were going to hire Inglewood employees. That hasn't been done. Also, I sent two people over to get hired. They told them they had to speak Spanish. This is America. I thought they should have to speak English. That wasn't in the contract. So a lot of things that has gone wrong with this contract, Councilman Franklin, is not being upheld. Chairman Butts didn't go along with this contract, nor did Councilwoman Dunlap. I went along with you because I believed you. I really thought they had a union 100%. It's only 27. Not only that, I was told by Teamsters, the boy in the back had the coat on, that it was going to be union. Come to find out, that's not true also. So I'm asking the council and the chief to reconsider this contract because so many things has been revoked on here. They haven't hired anyone, no minorities, and we still got waste management employees. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. Stuart Bailey. My comments will be on comments that I heard from a councilman last week on the school police and them burning grass in front of City Hall because the kids, basically, I think it's a waste of time that we should worry about burning grass at City Hall when our school district doesn't belong to us anymore. It has been taken over by the state. Now, I didn't want to talk about our schools in Inglewood because I'm ashamed. Everybody here has failed to educate our children. And I do mean everybody. Even if your kids do not live in the district. Anytime the state comes in and takes over your own school district, we should all put our heads between our legs and say, where did we go wrong? And we did go wrong. We as parents have a responsibility to our children to educate them so that they can have and be responsible citizens that Obama is trying to have this nation come together in very trying times with economics, morals, and other things that are going on with this world. Education is the key to anything. We should not be worried about what the school police are worrying about, burning of grass. We should be worrying about them keeping these kids out of trouble, causing trouble, and just being irresponsible, because children that act irresponsible wind up in two places, dead or jail, which I do not want for this community. What I do want is very disciplined children, very respectful children, very educated children, children that understand what life is. It's a struggle, but it also can be a fun struggle, because it's not about the journey. It's not about the end result. It's about the journey. The journey is half the battle of life. And if you do it right, you can enjoy it. And that's something that you can turn around and educate some other children that need to be educated in the city. Because as we all know, what is the saying? It takes a village to raise a child. Those are my comments. Thank you, and have a good week and a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey.
Hello, Joyce Smith, District 1. I just want to say that I'm very pleased with this neighborhood stabilization program. I have heard Councilwoman Dunlap talk about this idea over the years, and I'm glad to see that it's being implemented, but I think it's a very good thing for the city of Inglewood to renovate these properties, and I would hope that you would make the changes that she recommended. I would just like to say that I find that Councilwoman Dunlap is a very creative council person. She thinks a lot about things. She raises good questions, and also I appreciate the questioning that Councilman Stevens does. He gets a lot of details out of things that helps the residents to better understand an issue. And I noticed that very often, Mayor, that you appear to be visibly annoyed by their questions and their comments. And the mark of a good leader is how you handle dissent. And because I know that President Obama likes to have people around him who don't just go along with everything he says, that he appreciates and he welcomes dissent and discussion on all issues. And I would hope that there would be more of that with this council. Thank you very much.
My name is Willie A.G. First, I want to thank the people that I feel that's giving this city 100%. Our illustrious Yvonne Horton, city clerk. A fabulous Wanda Brown, our city treasurer. A handsome Ralph Franklin. Handsome. A handsome Eloy Morales. And our very, very smart mayor. And I want to thank our city attorney who, in my opinion, saved this city a couple of years ago. And Mr. Artie Fields, you're doing a fabulous job, and so are you, staff. I attended school board meetings for years, and I see the same thing happening here in this city that happened to the school board. Arguing, disrespect for the leader. We have a leader here, and that's the mayor. He's the chair. He is the chair, and he should be respected. I don't like it when you disrespect the mayor. It burns me inside. there's a better way to do things. Do it in the right way. If you don't change your attitude and the way you're doing things, the city is going the same way the school district. And I hate to see that happen. But I thank God we got 3 people up there on that council that knows and working for this city. April come, I hope we clean house.
Gil Matthew, District 4, Marion City Council. This is what's great about America. You know, everybody has an opinion, and everybody has a right not to listen to it, which is great. And see, this is what I'm talking about, you know, something like that. Anyway, we have an excellent staff. And this council and this city will never go the way of the school board. It will never happen. And believe it or not, you exchange ideas and you have transparency, and that's what America's all about. You can disagree all you want and you have your opinions, but the same goal is to do the best thing for the city. And that's the way it comes out when everything is on the table. I hope this council has not abandoned the success agency, because you don't meet, and it's not information. And I was really surprised at the Board of Supervisors meeting. There's $111 million on the table for success agency, and we had nobody from Inglewood. They were all from the Valley. They were all from other neighborhoods, councils. We had nobody there. I don't even know if you know about it. Anyway, we have, this city is in better shape than most cities. Now, we have the Gann Amendment, which limits how much cities can borrow. Now, we have $23 million on the table. Now, I'm surprised with all of the doom and gloom. Get the $23 million and control it. And don't give up the code enforcement and all of your workers. This is the glue that holds this city together. Any kind of way possible. Holidays are coming. Do not get rid of these people. This is what's going to hold this city together. When you have adversary roles, you're not going to do anything. Work works. And I come up, and I'm going to still come up, and I'm going to tell you what I feel, and it's not an attack on any of you individuals, but it's a county as a whole. I'm not the county, the council. And what you need is leadership. It's not there. And don't try to micromanage this city. It's not going to happen. And Mr. Fields, man up. I got your back. And all the people that were here got your back. And if somebody tells you to do something that you feel is going to be detrimental to the city, do like Nancy Reagan, just say no. And say why. These people are competent people. And we need a little report for an analysis from the new financial officer. We are a broke city, but we not broken.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, City Council, staff, residents of Inglewood. I'm Wayne Spencer, businessman, resident, cheerleader of our great city. You know, I need some help from the city in cheerleading me as a business person. You know, I bid on that Endeavor project when they're coming through Inglewood, and I was given a verbal okay that we would actually handle that security detail coming through here. For some reason, it didn't happen. And what I'm looking at, I'm saying, you know, a lot of projects come through Inglewood. Local business people don't really get a chance to dig in. When we have city projects are up for bid, there's no leverage that we have. Like Long Beach is a bonding program. If you go through their process, they have an in-house bonding program where if you're a minority business or some type of business with a license in that city, they'll help you bond, okay? I think we could do the same thing here. But when the big boys come to town to play, and even I'm Mr. Inglewood, I do everything here, I give free services, I shake hands, kiss the babies, whatever you got to do. I don't get any help one way or the other, you know? And that was fine. Endeavor was a fantastic thing. I'd have loved to have had the free publicity. And I would have probably even given some of my people for free without charging, you know? Just to have the exposure and say, hey, this is an iconic moment for our city. But, you know, I'm looking at it now. Thank God that when the garbage detail came in, I got a chance to get some pieces, but that's just peanuts. I had 6 weeks worth of work, 12 weeks totally was done, and I had to split those 6 weeks with some, 12 weeks with another company. That's just like peanuts money. And now I'm looking at MSGs here in the city, Madison Square Garden. I'm trying my best to get a chance to get in that door, to put bids in. And I tell you, as a regional company, the expertise of anybody else, we can go toe-to-toe with anybody else here. But there are times when you need to have somebody who can make the introduction, the handshakes to be done, and just say, hey, get this local guy in the door. And that's all I'm saying to you. Nothing special, just give me a chance to perform. Give me a chance to be of service. And the other local Inglewood businesses to be of service, whether it's a catering truck or whoever else it is. And I said, there are a lot of us here who come every day, and we get up in the mornings, and we put our shoes on, and we're Inglewood people. So that's just my little thing of saying, hey, help me cheer so I can cheer you even more. There are things that I used to do when we had a lot of contracts with the LAPD in the Valley, We had monthly meetings with the police department. We even had access to their intranet systems. And so whenever there was a situation like what happened in New York here, we were part of the detail that they would actually reach out to say, hey, we have guard forces. The guard forces can help supplement the emergency services. There's information when there's a crime that went out there because we're all part of that whole system that tied together. Hawthorne does the same thing to a certain extent. Just want to thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. I want to read to you an interesting little excerpt that you should already know. It's the Government Code, section 54950 to 54963, and it says, in enacting this chapter, the legislature finds and declares that the public commissions, boards, and councils, and other public agencies in the state exist to aid in the conduct of the people's business. Notice it's not your own. It's the people's business. It goes on to say, it is the intent of the law that their actions be taken openly and that their deliberations be conducted openly. Notice that doesn't mean except when you feel like doing it somewhere else. It goes on to say, the people of this state do not yield their sovereignty to the agencies which serve them. Did you catch that? Further, the people in delegating authority do not give their public servants, that would be you, the right to decide what is good for the people to know and what is not good for them to know. That's California state law. The people insist on remaining informed so that they may retain control over the instruments they have created. Did you notice how some of you have that backwards? How you talk about what you want, what you think we should and what we shouldn't know? And how you work overtime to make sure that the God of this room is the clock on the wall. And that is who, in fact, you worship. You do not serve any of the people like you're supposed to. You're serving the one that goes 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, shut up, sit down. And that's not how it's supposed to be. All the business of the people should be openly discussed here, not between yourselves, not behind closed rooms, and not certainly go yelling or talking to some other agency without coming here first. The people of this community should have been in on the discussion before one of you went and told MTA or whoever else about the prairie. You see, it's us who will be impacted, not you who live somewhere else. It is us who will forever live with the wish boom boom of the noise, that will listen to the tearing up of it all the way down prairie. And who for? Oh wait, is it another I told you so moment? Hollywood Park is for sale?
I think I've heard that somewhere before.
That it wasn't going to be what you tried to convince us when Sheldon Curry refused to provide the environmental impact report to get public comments. The ongoing intent to not disclose to this community has got to stop.
Well, I guess we can all go home now. It's that time, the hour in the morning. But I want to say that I think that a good, healthy discussion, a give and take, is always good on a council. I think that lets us know what is going on, who does what, who says what. It's always healthy to do that. It doesn't mean that somebody is arguing or whatever. People take it as fussing or what have you. You know, I used to do that with my husband, but it was a good give and take. Okay, but we all come out. Once it was over, it was over. We made a great discussion. And that's why sometimes you have to be able to pull stuff out of people in order to get what you need. So I just think that I like the lively discussion. I think we need to keep up with it. Sometimes it gets a little long, but sometimes it takes a little time to get the information and the message out. And I want to say this in terms of on the community development block grant. I noticed that they put this, the young lady was saying they established the sale prices on their homes, where but that is a listing price. We don't really know what the appraised value of those homes is unless that there is an appraiser that goes on out and appraise that house. Because it is not always what you list the house for. That's the listing value. So that is one of the things that I think that we need to, I think we do have appraisals in here. And so, and I'm sure that sometimes we do go out and get other appraisers to do whatever, because if I was buying a house, the bank would want me to get my own appraiser to do so. So, but anyway, they would provide that with you, for you. You know, but one of the things I need to say, this quick thing, that we need to, don't forget to vote. We need to really turn out at this election and vote, because I think it's very, very important that you do vote. And I would suggest that you stay away from them propositions and measures, because they're all going to put you in debt. That's what they're there for. They're asking you to go back and do it. I see you got Measure R on here. Measure R has become Measure J. And that's just extend another 30 years on your property. So I'm just saying that people need to know what that is. And I would ask you to dismiss this program tonight for those people who are experiencing all the bad weather and the 35 deaths that they have confirmed back east. And we need to give them our prayers for the superstorm. Thank you.
I just wanted to say before I left that I did enjoy the meeting. There was 3 things that I wanted to talk about. There's a problem in my community. I live near Crenshaw, Manchester. We have a lot of youth that are just wandering the streets. Like, is there some type of program the city can try to implement for the teenage boys that have nothing to do, that are kind of getting in a lot of trouble? We have a lot of vandalism in our area. I think that really needs attention from our city. Also, the PowerPoint presentation of the houses that the city bought was not very impressive. We don't think that the city did a good job with the people that they picked. I think that to have to get a firm from El Segundo to come manage some Inglewood property when we have Century 21, we have other agencies here that could have helped. I know plenty of contractors personally that would have did a much better job. There's CAM right there on Manchester in our district. They do a lot of construction. I was very disappointed in that PowerPoint. Those houses did not look good at all to me. And just for you all, I know that it's a job. I know that people don't get along, but you guys try to get together. It just seems like everything else in politics, everybody is just all separated. And how are we going to build our city if everybody's separated? And there's new people here who are trying to find their way, and it's giving a bad taste in the community's mouth. We don't like it at all, and it's probably going to be more and more people coming out voicing their opinions other than myself. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Close public comment. Any council comments?
Yes, I'd just like to say, yes, there are many young men out there who seem to be just drifting at this point in time. It's a result of our economy in some sense. But it's also has to do with not enough parks, not enough. When Inglewood had a population that was approximately about, I guess was about 60,000. That's back about 1976. Then your Darby Park, your Rogers Park, your Centinela Park, your North Inglewood Park. There was more than enough parks, and there were many things to do at that time, learning arts and crafts and things like that. But more important than that, you had different programs. Now we have a population that's breaking over 120,000, and we still have the same number of parks and fewer services for the residents. We have to get to a point to where we start putting our community and our residents actually first, in my opinion. I've seen a lot since I've been here. And I agree with you, miss. I agree with you. We have to do something for them, because when I talk to them, basically, first thing many want to know is there a job, that if I have access to a job. So I refer them to the various job facilities that we have here in the city of Inglewood. On the second floor, by the way, we have an excellent job facility to help you find employment called the LA. Well, it works in hand with LAX, but it's an LAX job employment facility. If you come there, there are people who will assist you, and we have jobs ranging from drivers at LAX to construction, you name it, and it's really expanded recently. Many people just go simply to our human resources department here in the city of Inglewood. But I would suggest that you go there. But that's what they usually want to know, back to the youth. And so we have to start developing programs here for the youth, directly operated by our Parks and Recreation Department. On another note, many of you came here this evening in reference to sound insulation. Mr. City Manager, this list here is from a residential sound insulation meeting that took place on September 19th. It's less than 100 people. These people came to this meeting and basically were just told why they could not have their home sound insulated. They were not satisfied at all. Not at all. My wife, my children, my cousins, her cousins, we distributed by hand, taking this map that's here, and distributed flyers on just those individuals who are in the block, not throughout the city, just in the block. And we received a turnout of over 500, close to 500 people, placing the flyer on the people's door. Something was wrong with this workshop that was done by the city of Inglewood, where we mailed out to those individuals impacted. So what I'm going to do, Mr. Fields, is we're going to create a ledger sheet of all individuals who attended our meeting and attempted to get in. Then what I would like to do is I would like to marry that with those individuals who are supposed to have been contacted, because one thing on the card, we had boxes to check off. Have you been contacted by residential sound insulation? And I'd say at least half of them say no. Then you look at the comments, and there's comments from people, well, a few of them who already have sound insulation, who are saying that, well, my equipment has been 1 year. It's not operating properly, my air conditioning unit. It's making noises. A number of different issues. So, Mr. Fields, we're going to get together. Residents, I'm letting you know publicly, Mr. Fields and I are going to get together. we're going to establish a pecking order of who's going to be able to have their home sound insulated. Because with that money, well, you're only going, well, this is the point. Only 140 people are going to be able to be assisted. Your own document states there's 640 that are not. So how are you going, what's going to happen to the other 640?
Councilman Stevens, you're way past
Well,
time,
what is
sir.
getting uncomfortable, the topic?
No, it's not uncomfortable. It's way past time. You said you want to talk to Mr. Fields. We get that. It's time.
Well, get this. There's 640 people who are not going to have their homes sound insulated based upon what you voted for this evening.
All right, Councilwoman Donna.
Yes, first I'd like to thank all the residents who came to the District 2 Town Hall meeting last Thursday. Appreciated you coming out. We had some wonderful discussions. We talked about the budget. We talked about a proposal that's been presented by the owner of the abandoned service station on La Cienega, Fairview, and La Tijera. We also talked about street repairs in the neighborhood. I was very pleased to have the opportunity to introduce our new Public Works Director and our new Chief Financial Officer, who's also our Assistant City Manager. Having these two individuals on board, I think, will do a great deal to turn around a lot of our fiscal difficulties with regard to bookkeeping and just getting the work done, getting it done right, and getting the city back on track. So I was very pleased to have them at the meeting and to introduce them to District 2 residents. The item that was on the agenda that was pulled having to do with trash, well, I'm going to say confusing information. I'm not sure if it's going to be brought back or not, but I want to speak to it for just a quick minute. And that is to do with the new trash hauler, which I have no idea why this council supported Republic Consolidated, no idea whatsoever, considering the fact that the company that was, that we hired, our consultant, who we hired to evaluate the 3 proposals, ranked another company best. They ranked that company actually by the name of Athens. Not only were they best in customer service, they were best in municipal service, and they had the lowest rates. And yet, this body chose not to engage them. So now your rates are going up, but they pulled it off the agenda. I was thinking maybe they pulled it off the agenda because they didn't want to raise trash rates with a room full of people here. I don't know. But Athens was going to be charging our residential customers $10.95 a month. And you've been paying the same as what you were paying with waste, which is $13.47, and it's going up as of, I think it was December 1st of this year, to $14.82. So homeowners could have been paying $10.95 for a company ranked the best in service instead of paying $14.82, which actually over 10 years of the contract, the residents and businesses of the city of Inglewood would actually be paying $25 million more to that company than they would have had they gone with the other company. With regard to trash, I want to give an example of a small business people. We talk about trying to take care of our small business owners. I have a small business in the 2nd District. Their trash bill under waste management was $180 a month. Under waste management, that's what their trash was. Under the new company we hired, it's gone up to $214 from $180. Now, had we have gone with Athens, the best ranked company, it would have gone down to $89 a month. I think we would have helped our local businesses had we have made the right choice, gone with the company ranked the best, the highest ratings all across the board, with the lowest cost to our ratepayers, our consumers. That would have been Athens, and I'm very disappointed that this council chose to do otherwise, and I still haven't heard why. Why they're now forcing you to pay $25 million more over the life of the contract, which is 10 years. You need to ask them why yourself. Thank you.
I wanted to say that as it relates to RSI, I hope that we got this across to people. There never was enough money allocated to do the total number of homes. So there is going to end up being some type of choices made as to which homes are done, and I'm sure it's going to have a lot to do with the ones that are in the noisiest areas first. The council has firmly decided that it'll be single-family residences before apartments, and those types of things will end up doing the shakeout. One council person and city manager are not going to decide the hierarchy. That's not going to happen. I want to again thank all of the people that were involved in endeavor project, all the staff, and even the people that were very negative about it, that came around after it was a success. I appreciate your retroactive thoughts about that. I've heard some comments made that astronauts were not invited to the stage. Well, just so that we clarify this as far as our city administrative staff, we did not know if astronauts would be there or not. That was up to the Science Center. And when the date came, they did bring astronauts, and they were invited to the stage. As far as speaking roles, again, that was up to the Science Center and their director. I attended an event today, a beautiful event at the Science Center with the shuttle on display. Again, we had astronauts on the stage. They didn't have speaking roles. So, you know, there's been some communication been put out as though we did not want to honor the astronauts. And I just thought it a shame that someone would try and denigrate something that we had so much pushback on for so long that turned out to be so great, and then to retroactively try to denigrate it. I don't think that that's effective. It was something that we all should be very proud of. Councilman
Just
Morales.
to quickly echo that as well, we're still getting comments from very positive about the city of Inglewood being part of it. And, you know, it's nice to see that people are now retroactively doing that. But Mr. Fields, any meeting where the sound installation, separation of the money, or picking and choosing, I'd like to be part of, just to make sure that my area gets their proper share. And other than that, happy Halloween, and thank you for coming out.
And I
Councilman
sure
Franklin?
enough want to make sure my district is taken care of. We will talk. On a serious note, though, we need to stop this blame game. If we're going to move this city forward, we need to come up with a conscientious, cohesive effort to move forward as a team. We can talk about history all we want, but if we don't move forward with the present and the future, we're going to continue to be in a rut. And so I just reach out to my colleagues, and let's work together as a team. And more importantly, let's make sure that when we want to pass that information to the residents, that we give them the real facts, not the facts you want them to hear, because it's their life that is going to be impacted and the representing this city. And so I think it's critical that residents that have been hurting for the residential sound installation, they desire to have that happen, that they make sure that they understand the facts and eligibility to be able to qualify for that. Just because you want to select a particular area in your district and say that I'm going to soundproof your homes, doesn't necessarily mean it's even eligible or qualifies. So I just want to be precautious of that. Also, Mayor, you heard earlier someone said close the meeting in honor of all the victims of Hurricane Sandy, but more also keep in mind the billions of dollars of destruction that it has caused and it continues to cause. I also want to thank the opportunity this past Saturday. We had Northgate Market in District 4 where they were accepting application for some 80 some jobs. Over 600 applicants have applied. And I'm stressing to try to make sure we have local hiring as well. They will have their grand opening on Wednesday, November the 15th, and hopefully all that can be there at the 8 o'clock ribbon cutting ceremony. And then last, Mayor, I ask that you close the meeting in honor of a longtime resident in District 4, Vicki Perriman Banks. Her father just passed away, and the service will be held this weekend. And close it in honor of Sherman Perryman, P-E-R-Y-Y-M-A-N. And on that note, good night, everyone, and get out to vote. Bye.
Okay, we're going to close the meeting in the memory of the victims of storms back east. 35 victims I know to date, and in the name of Vicki Banks and Sherman Perriman, we're adjourned.